All right, I guess I'm just not gonna be able to hear the good music. You get to hear it though. What's up? It's Finals Thursday, baby. We are back and ready to roll. Vortex versus Myriad, into Gigliardi versus Gully Deckle, then a grand final showdown between the two victors, and a conspiracy theory that a patch could be dropping some point this week, which makes me want to breathe deeply into a bag and panic. But it's gonna be fine. Well, we'll survive. Maybe. All right, let's see how it goes, though. Anyway, we're going to get this show on the road because we are time constrained and we don't want to waste a second. So we're kicking off with Vortex versus Myriad. Gigliardi versus Gully Deckle will take place immediately after that. And Gully, by the way, look at that performance. 3-2 versus Scatterbrain, dude. I am annoyed that Scatterbrain turned up late. I would have loved to have seen that on on Tuesday, rather, when it was planned. But yeah, cool to see different people in. Coincidentally, you just reinstall CNC games on your laptop. Nice. Is it a PCS laptop? If it is, then it's extra nice. Boom. Like the one I got in the background. I just realized I need to change that slightly. But hell yeah, dude. I've started adding more songs. I've like, what's a safe route to expand? Because we just had the same old songs for a long time. It's like gaming music, right? Like gaming music technically should be very unlikely to get us copyright struck on any platform. So I think that's the safe bet, and we're just gonna like start leaning into more and more of those. But let's get ready for the boyos. So game number 1, Vortex versus Myriad. Of course, every series this week is starting on Himiyama. Let's see what they got for us. Why is match streaming weird? Dude, I hate when it just takes so long to even load profiles when you first start the game. Like, bro. Like, you know, the average age group is dying. We don't have time to spare. We need to be able to get to our content quicker. But, dude, I'm starting to, like, cook in some extra assets. I want to try and make tomorrow smooth. I'm trying to think what else I need to do. There's going to be something I'm going to forget on the day. But hopefully, I'm not the only one excited for tomorrow with a new content arc. A new content arc that is going to start in an OG fashion. Like, it's not like we're hopping into a game that none of you would have heard of. I mean, if none of you have heard of this game, I completely misread my audience, and I'll just resign from content creation forever. I'm pretty sure a lot of you will be familiar with the game, will be checking out. Yeah, it should be fun, dude. I know. I know, like, the big challenge with this, like, I think it's gonna work. I'm pretty confident it's gonna work. The big challenge is gonna be finding the time to make it work via, like, the editing process. So, like, you know, getting YouTube videos up, getting shorts up, getting reels up, and whatever. That's gonna be, I think, where we'll stress test my limits, I think. Yeah. I don't know. In some ways, it's cool because, like, compared to the idea of just sitting and listening to myself cast for 3 hours and then editing something down, this sounds a lot more appealing to me, I guess. We'll see how it goes, though. But yeah. So first game is going to be Lancaster versus Mongol. Wait, how did he get Lancaster? Bro, how does this keep getting through? I guess it's a bit of a weirder map for them. Well, not weird, but not... Like, against Mongols. Mongols makes a lot of sense here. Whereas Lancaster could have fit a lot of maps. I'm kind of curious as to why he didn't just go Tuklak. I guess because he's got Frisian Marshes later, so he wants to save it for that. But let's get into it. All right. Time for some words that breaks everybody's heart. I'm going to say it. Lancaster has been picked, but fear not, citizens. It's a balanced matchup because Myriad on the Lancasters has to face off against Vortex, one of the GOATs of AoE 4. Not just that, he's got one of his signature sieves. It's Mongols time, baby. Oh, that's right. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a cast of games semi-finals time. And I'm proud to say we're seeing new, different names starting to appear there. Vortex versus Myriad. Vortex here to defend his title. The highest ranked player, the one to beat. And you can see, nobody has been able to put a dent on this man. He's not dropped a single game up this point. But surely this is the civ that could do it. It's going to be an interesting opening, though. We are getting the racks beginning. I wasn't sure if he'd want to do this against Mongols specifically. But there is an interesting notion here. Is like Mongols technically shouldn't look to outpost rush you because you've got villagers with short bows, which makes it very hard for them to do an outpost. Also makes them very hard for them to actually use their spears. So I wonder if instead, like, the thought process that Mira's gone through is like, well, because of that, he probably won't Dark Age rush me. He'll probably look to dot drop. And with that in mind, now the Vortex is seeing spears, I wonder if instead of going for either the dock or the spears, would he instead choose to go for the pasture? Oh, no. He's going to go for an outpost. Oh, yeah, I just realized his gold is atrocious, actually. All right, guys. Does that say everything it needs to about Lancaster? When have you ever seen a Mongol player outpost their own gold? This is literally the opposite of what Mongols do. The outpost is on the wrong side of the map's gold. I'm trying to think if we've actually seen Mongol players do this much before. This is quite rare. You know, even against other civs like Ottomans, we've seen Mongols at least try to do something, maybe. Like add in a few spears, gather gold gradually. Instead, he says, hell no. Dude, I'm just like, I'm looking at this. The more I look at it, I'm kind of shaking my head and skeptical. Not because I think it's bad. It just looks wrong. It looks wrong to see a Mongol player with an outpost on his own gold at 2 minutes into a game. Can we all agree on that? Like, there's something deeply wrong there. Oh my god. So now with this in mind, Miro's just gonna have to go for a deck up. In fairness, he went, what, double spears plus a racks. His opponent had to build an outpost. Outposts take a long time to build. Plus there's a long walk by, but I mean, as long as Vortex keeps his workers out in the gold, it's not bad that he has to do this at all. Got in to watch for a few hours? Hell yeah, that's the dedication we need. Your work will be needed in future days, soldier. Future days where I will be tortured more and more by my chat. It's the direction we're trending in. Abbey of Kings going to be coming through as expected. Deerstone on the other side. So this is just like, this is normal expectations so far. I say that. We've literally began with an outpost on the gold for Mongols. Yeah, but it does mean that Myriad... I don't think you really want spears. I mean, technically Vortex might want Keshik, so it's not the worst idea to have Spearman. He's just going to make do of it and start shoving the deer away. Notice that he didn't go for a play under the pond, by the way. That's because like that slows down your timing to your strong point. It's all about getting to the Abbey of Kings. This is how this Civ has been kicking the teeth out of everybody. It's what's making it look so broken right now. Would like to see Mongols go racks and fight in Dark Age. I mean, that's just because you want to watch people fight. I fully understand why he doesn't want to do it. It's very risky against Lancaster. Like, you have to think, okay, Mongols, what's your upside? Well, your upside is that you get double production occasionally. Okay, that's great. So we're going to get, what, 70 stone a minute? So we're getting extra spearmen per minute. However, Lancaster's going to get 20% more gathering on sheep per minute forever, as long as they got sheep. There's an argument that Lancaster can burst produce a lot better. And even if you win the spear fight, like, what are you going to do? Are you going to, like, you're not going to be in great shape after you've won it. You're going to come across and you're going to have a lot of injured spears, and then you're going to get hit by villagers. I don't know, man. I don't mind Vortex's thought process here. If Myriad had been thinking about going for the pond, it's a very different type of game, I think. But because of this detail, I quite like Vortex. So tech up complete. First of the Kings going to be on the way, and we can see Myriad is heading straight into that mana. Why here? I guess walking this tree line is pretty painful, but it just feels like you're not getting that much out of this mana. Oh god, Myriad, yeah, he didn't even move his sheep. Not that he's got many, he's got only 7? Oh my, okay, yep, no. Alright, this is going to be sad caster. I'm referring to the Civ, but also I guess the player who's a caster as well, because guys, he lost the sheep game big time. Like, real big time here. This is pretty brutal. You guys seen that count? Vortex got 16 sheep. Meanwhile, Myriad, who starts with an extra 4, only has 7 sheep. This is a disastrous game. Oh my god. I'm trying to think what you do here, really. You might have to, like, just take risks and go out onto the deer with a mana. Like, maybe actually manaing down here would have been better, even though it's super early. And I think, does Vortex know? Because he's gone straight up Magadai. I guess it's a decent answer against the Lords. Lords only have 2 armor by default. And this is a good map for it. Himiyama, you have a lot of small tree lines. And sure, villagers can shoot back, but Magadai will shoot fast is the problem. Vortex just punting in the vision already. Might have been nice for Miro just to get that initial shot, that volley out, to scare off the Magadai. Instead, he gets scared off of his tree line, and this mana's useless. Okay, so this one is going to be good at least. He has got one on the backside, so he double managed straight away. I wonder if he was expecting this aggro, and it's why he went this first mana, is like he'd be able to seesaw each side of his base. Vortex now going to the archers. Keshik's to follow, which is what I want to see, yeah. So he's going to have the archers deal with the spearman. Keshik's kind of dominated all. Mirrored is propping a switch into hobbies. Still, this is pretty annoying. Shrinking your count already is not really a good look for Myriad. He has to stand up in their face. If he doesn't, the villagers take the brunt of it. He needs Hobbler stat. The other problem is he needs gold to get the Hobblers as well, so it kind of keeps him here. Nice villager snipe, Vortex. On the edge of losing one of the Magadai, but consistently okay. I mean, this is the power of having that Khan Hunter as well. The 4.5 tower range instead of the baby range. Okay, and now the hobby arrives. No injured one of the Magadais at the back, though, so that's going to be kind of problematic. And use the movement speed arrow to chase down the Hobbler. Does get the kill. Doesn't lose a unit. Come on. All right, Vortex is just loving life. Congrats. You have so far failed to kill anything, Murad. This is pretty rough. He has got the 4 Lords now, so it should be very difficult to lose units all willy-nilly. He's got bigger problems coming. Keshik switch now in. Murad has at least got the scout in position to see this early. Hobbler. Oh, that was sick. Vortex pulls back the Khan to protect on the retreat. Hobbler ends up attacking the Khan Hunter, so he's still not getting it. Okay, this is just full flex right now. This has to be so demoralizing for Myriad. It's like, okay, dude, he is min-maxing the entire health pool here. I wouldn't be surprised in the next 2 minutes, all of these Magadai are on 1 HP because of the way that Vortex shuffles them around. What a flex in game 1. Not a great look right now for Myriad. I mean, he needs some sort of comeuppance. Like, what's his upside here at this rate? Is what I'm wondering. What does he have that really benefits him here? Because, oh god, no, that doesn't benefit. What's going on? Myriads minus another 4, and then on top of that, the Keshik's now coming around the back. He's getting torn asunder. He's getting torn holes left and right. A bit greedy from the Keshik. They actually do split their damage, so it looks like Myriad should be able to walk away. Lucky he didn't lose another worker there. And the Keshiks, they do try to intercept. The Hobblars are going to be able to give chase, though. Finally able to snipe down some of these range cav. High price hold so far. I mean, in fairness to him, he's only 2 workers behind despite the 5 worker losses, which is kind of crazy. Something's gone wrong here. We see this a lot from Vortex, and what shocks me is how even when he skips workers, he so consistently dominates games. It really makes you rethink the logic that just always producing workers is a good thing. Or the other argument is if Vortex gets to a point ever again where he never skips worker production, he will be the best player in the game. Keshiks. That trade out up against hobbies. This count just not really impressive. Myriad has struggled a lot between the other time and the loss of units. God, the Keshik spam is going to be double digits in the next minute. The Myriad, he can try to go into Spearman, but like the Archer count is already so high for Vortex. Hobblers at least going to get that backstab rotation. Nicely played there. Keshiks with the counter rotate. Needs to be careful. He's individually clicking. The problem with that, you're seeing at Vortex, when the target dies, he stops moving. So he ends up just griefing himself and losing more Keshiks. The triple mana already, guys. And it's not because, oh my god, mana passive income OP. Only if you got workers nearby. The reason it has to go triple is because of the way he's had to split his economy. Man, these Lord losses as well. Expensive units to just get hemorrhaged like that. We do have Steeled Arrow already there. Mira just got Undermesh coming in. It's made it so much harder for his Hobolars to fight into this. We'll get a good pushback. Vortex, maybe a slight overextension. Okay, spoke too soon. It's back and forth overextension. Myriad ends up minusing another Lord from his side. This is looking pretty awkward right now for Myriad. He has got food for the time being. My concern is, you know, you're either going to put too many people down the south soon, or you're going to have to move more to north to the deer. And that's when I think it'll get hard for him to kind of maintain everywhere with spears. Even pre that, Vortex. Oh, man. Myriad. He didn't even set up an outpost. He will be quick on the fingers. Wait, Myriad, don't. No. That's far too greedy. Spears will finally arrive. Not many of them. Hobolars are going to go on a counter rotation. I like that he's doing this. I think just sitting here is just kind of how you die. Interesting from Vortex. Is he trying to fake a tech up? It kind of looks like it. If you're Myriad here and you don't see more Keshiks and you see the archers back up entirely, you're maybe a little bit suspicious your opponent's trying to go H3. Especially with dives like this, it's a little bit sacrificial the way that Vortex is playing this wave. So, kind of curious how this is meant to pay off for Vortex, because if he's going to keep leaning more and more archers, I mean, the counter to a fast castle play here would be for Lancaster to blob a lot of Hobolars. You know, just get more of the hobbits. Speaking of those hobbits, Vortex had enough time to react to this. Fails to do so, so ends up losing, what, 2 workers? Nice pinch there. Some weird-ass pathing. Where was that one going? Like, he got out, he's like, okay, now to go back, away, further from safety. Catching. Oh my god! He got him again! -3 more? The Hobolars look trash in comparison, only able to connect with the 2 kills. It's not like Vortex is necessarily losing crap tons of army for each kill either. Am I seeing you just sub? No, I'm seeing you as a human being. Why would I see you as a role? Yeah, I went for the clean answer to that. Are you kidding me? He's up the fuck. Where did this come from? We've been important ponies? God damn. I mean, it was the reveal that he was waiting for. Right? Miro got baited to kind of play more uphill. He's like, surprise! Able to get back quick enough, though. Miro does have that extra health to work with across the army. Keshiks might be a damper on the mood for him. Archer's the good snipe out. Rotation now towards the deer. It's a starvation game. Look at the way Mirad's playing. He went far flank north, but he didn't delete a mana, so he's not getting a buffed up gathering rate there. In fairness to him, it wouldn't really be worth it anyway. You get, what, 60 extra resources per minute? So you'd be looking at 5 minutes in, the deer's going to be gone, right? So you don't want to be here anymore. But it's kind of the rough part of still only having 3 manas when you have to play like this. I think that first mana, this one did truly grief him. I mean, he made the best of it going on the berries. I do wonder how much this game looks different if the sheep dispersion is more even, though. Like, not to rob Vortex of his victory. You know, he saw that detail, he played around it. I think he really did focus on that detail, understanding it. But you can just imagine how much different this looks if Lancaster has a condensed economy, all under 1 mana, no panic, no huss, no fuss. He just heads back again. I love the way he just does this every time. He's like, okay, I'm already in the lead. So I'm just going to retreat. You're going to get paranoid again. I'm going to keep rotating with my cavalry, but I'm not going to risk my archers. That's how Hobolar win. Die through. He's going to get everyone back to safety just in time, but it's going to be a ride by. Riding all the way north. Villages. Not going to be relatively safe. Only one going down so far, but could easily end up being more here as he's now shuffling to the north side. Hobbler giving chase. I mean, if Hobbler gets stuck fighting Keshiks, they will lose that engagement. They really need the spears to be with them. You see the value Vortex gets in terms of idle times from these type of moves as well. Sure, it costs him 1 or 2 heavy cav, but it's a lot of idle time that his opponent's impacted by. Imagine if the king was mad. Like, I cannot imagine the idea of a king unit being mounted like that. That sounds kind of giga busted. Could you imagine just getting like a really tanky king? Maybe we like make him heal as well. Okay, come, guys, stop. They're not the same thing. Oh! What? What possessed him? And he gets smashed from both sides. What a hit! Vortex! The perfect moment, the perfect sequence of events. Because now Myriad can't turn and fight. He has to run. That was sick. The timing there, Myriad, he was staggeringly rival the Spearman because there's a chase. And Vortex timed it perfectly for the archers to come in at a point where the Hobbler couldn't fight anymore, and then the Spearman can't turn the offensive. Step up. Archers looking to snipe down their spears, they retreat. Hugs the choke point between the tree line and the sacred site. Parfin getting a little bit weird here. And the spears! He just ambushed him with spears. It's only a few, but they hurt a lot. They're a much more cost-efficient blob and blocker. Archers hiding right here in the midst of the heavy cav. Myriad just can't break him. That was sick. The sequence of events in the last minute shows you exactly why Vortex is one of the hardest people for any player to beat. The shuffle back, the convergence of Keshik from 2 sides, and the hug on the sacred site to make sure those archers are safe. Mark my words, folks. If you want to learn how to make Feudal Archer power look best, this is a fantastic game for it. Think about the dynamics from start to finish. Vortex was always thinking, how do I keep these archers alive? Where are they best positioned so they never get lost? And that type of play is what makes sure you don't get a loss, even against something like Lancaster. Damn. That was sick. I'm trying to think why I call that one. Trying to think of something about the archers, like let's see. All right, a Yeoman Castle? No, the feudal. It's just like you can't nakedly go into them. You have to justify the scale and the investment, if that makes sense. So it's like, you know, usually you open with spears or Hobbler and then look for the transition point that makes sense. If someone's opening with Yeoman, they probably want you to win. I just feel like they're too expensive to come out of the gate swinging with. All right, so map number 2, we're going to be going into Lipany here. And what have we got? Marlians versus Biz. You know, I feel like we're seeing a lot of this matchup at the moment, and it's kind of making me question Byzantine dominance. Marlians just seems to be ranking up time and time again every single week that we see them. Is it the Byzantines are overrated, or have we been underrating the Marlians? Well, in fairness, it's a little bit of a harsh one, isn't it? It's Vortex on the Marlians, so I know people are going to bring that up straight away. Of course, yes, very talented player. You know, even outside that, with Sim Mali just rocking up in pretty much any matchup, any scenario, and not looking terrible. I don't feel like the Civ has a clear weak point at the moment. In fact, for a long time, it felt balanced by its weakness in Dark Age. But these days, that's not the case, guys. Like, these days, Dark Age feels relatively safe because you always have that outpost strategy to protect you. Now, we're not going to see that outpost strategy here. You're watching a Byzantine versus Malian game, and Byzantines don't Dark Age rush. They are one of the worst civs for it in the game, really, in my opinion. They just lose out on so much compared to the difference of going systems. You know, you focus on economy, you benefit more in Feudal Age. You focus on the Dark Age, and you end up just sacrificing a lot of valuable food early on, and you delay your arrival at the point where oil is involved in the equation. So, if you think about where Byzantines look strong, which is usually around the mercenaries, playing for the Dark Age essentially keeps you away from your strong point almost entirely. Have to get Abbasids back in the meta to counter Mali. The weird thing is, I thought the Byzantines would be a good counter with the 2TC strat, where you look like you're going for a system rush, but instead you're actually going 2TC. But I think the big problem there is Malian players have started to leverage a lot of Sofa play now, whereas before it was a bit more greedy and slow. Greedy and slow, 2TC Byzantines can crack. But the plow through of Sofa spam, I just feel like you're setting yourself up for pain that way. So I wonder, Myriad, how does he want to try and play this? He hasn't got a close trade post. It wasn't fortunate enough of a spawn for him. I mean, I don't think there was any... I'm trying to think there's any really good option on the trade post you'd want. I guess against Malians, the idea of getting French Knights isn't atrocious. Right? Like, I'm thinking about it more and more recently. The idea of just having a few French Knights to force your opponent to go Donzos doesn't seem like a bad thing. Because if you open French Knights, then you can follow up Lombos. And you bait them into a bad matchup at that point. Obviously, in this map, that wouldn't have even been an option if the trade posts were closed, because they didn't spawn at all. I guess Desert Raiders is kind of intriguing, just to force your opponent to jabs. I don't really see as much merit in doing that. Like, you can already technically force your opponent to jabs if you were just adding Lombos. Okay, this is way too peaceful. Let me just 2x this a little bit. This is what happens when you watch Malian versus Byzantines. Nothing happens for the first 5 minutes. It's the biggest snooze fest. I'm trying to think if there's a bigger snooze fest matchup. Probably not. Because I feel like even if you're watching Abbasids, they're like, oh, military wing. Wow, they're going to do something straight away. That's the fun thing. That's not the fun thing. All right, sitting there doing nothing is not a fun thing. Like, do you play Rock Simulator? I don't even... That's probably a game, isn't it? Like, if it is, you should play that. I can already imagine what it is. You love Rock Simulator. Oh my god, it's actually... Guys, it's a game. Whoa. Hold on a sec. It's a game that's 50% off right now. I might not be able to resist this bargain. So you just play as a rock and you just change your... Yep, that's pretty much what I was expecting. All right, I'm telling you, 2TC Enjoyer is a Rock Simulator Enjoyer. I should buy that. I respect the commitment. And oh my god, it is a 2TC build. I mean, it made sense, right? We were too stuck on Rock Simulator as he was Rock Simulating. Like, he never built a second system. So I think Vortex probably noticed that as well. Remember what I said? This strategy isn't as effective anymore. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to burst 2TC Enjoyer's bubble here. I think this strat falls apart a lot more these days than it used to. Because Malians are just more aggressive. When they just focused on Cow and building, like, Donzo Javelins, I think it worked a lot better. But now that we're seeing Sofa spam, it gets a lot rougher. Or a Scout being a little bit of a nuisance. Wasn't able to get any kills, though. I like the placement, at least. It allows for a potential deer shove in, and it fully protects the berries, bar, maybe, like, one spot here. And, oh, well, you look at that. It is Sofa. You've been playing 2TC Macedonian. So you've basically been playing away from every single advantageous element of the Civ. That's like buying a car so that you can push it from behind. Why do you hate fighting so much? I don't play meta. I respect that. You're in the right place, hipster. You make your own rules. I feel like your rules don't make sense. You'll definitely like what we're doing tomorrow. Like, what next? You're going to tell me that you play Age of Empires 4 without a keyboard? Because, like using your left hand is for pussies. Unless, of course, you're left-handed, in which case you're right-handed. It's like playing Mali and saying, I don't build pit mines because I believe inflation is a true issue in the real world. And we must not invite it into the realm of gaming. For that reason, I will not touch any more gold than is necessary as Malians. I was like, oh, hi, I'm allergic to olives, so I'm going to play Byzantines, but we're not going to eat the berries. Wouldn't want to come out in a rash, you know? What's up, T-West? Oh, by the way, did you guys see? Actually, I don't know. Is T-West there? No, I think so. Don't know if he's going to be coming. But the tickets are available for Wall now. Eyebrows. I did ping you guys about it. I think you want to pick them up quick as well, because they are going to drop fast. I think it was confirmed that there's going to be one game of AoE 4 each day, from what I've heard. Not sure where in the day. I assume at the end. If only I could afford a plane ticket across the Atlantic Ocean. No, dude, you don't need a plane ticket. Has Tom Hanks taught you nothing? You just need a float. Okay? And a trustworthy companion with a very white face that you can draw on with a permanent marker. And then you're good to go. Just got to make sure you take enough time off work to get there, though. Okay, so Archer's coming with the sofa as well. He's just rushing Cal. This is a fast castle build. Interesting. I thought we'd try and be a bit more pokey. I mean, the sofas are still kind of achieving that. And this is what I mean by the difference. Is like, with sofas instead of Donzo Javelins, you're already able to contest and harass more. And the added benefit is, unlike when you go Javelin Donzo, which used to be the meta for Malians, you're building to a full comp you actually want in the Castle Age. That's a huge advantage. Not to say Myriad won't want Spearmen and Lombos, you'll need them. But it just means Malians are in a better position than they used to be. And also keep in mind that this is not a rush system build. With the harassment on the stone, he's been a little bit slow to scale that up. Vortex is not being slow on the count. Wait, the Red Bull ticket's already sold out? All right, this is why you guys need to follow me on Twitter and be on my Discord. I did ping there, actually. In fairness, I did ping you in those two locations. So a YouTube video of BC where he pointed out the lose of him and Marine Lord to not playing in KPMM. What do you mean by that? Well, they admitted that it's a good thing. Oh, BC admitted that it's a good thing. Marine Lord, I don't think has said anything on that. I mean, I'm just saying, Vortex is here every week just using people as a punchback. And it's turned into him having very big biceps. You know, because like when you want to try and beat people in the arena, you know, you got to have that robust practice. And this guy is practicing every goddamn day. It's also like the balance of doing pubs versus tournament type play. And also, when you think you've got it right because you've got a scrim partner and you're playing with like one person over and over again, that's cool and all, but one of the big problems you have is that if you're playing the same guy over and over again, you could technically be wrong about what you think the meta or strategy is. Whereas, like, when you play weeklies like this, you are forced to regularly play against players of different circles that you don't play, and different calibers. And sometimes that different caliber can help. It's important to not let it decrease your skill level, but sometimes they'll show you something you didn't expect, you know? Especially when you consider KPMMs, so people like B, Mia Micah are great examples of this regularly. Numenon has become a great example of this. They throw curveballs at you, and you have to kind of resolve it on the fly. And it also just kind of preps you ahead of time. Instead of having to react mid-tournament, right? You could have reacted 2 weeks prior because you played in them. Pointing out how players outside the top few are getting good practice and catching up. Yeah, like that's the thing. It's like consistent improvement. That's always been the goal. I mean, we're seeing this week, and people are going to argue because there's less people signing up, but, you know, we see names you never would have seen before if you only tuned in on the final weekend of an S-tier tournament. And we see them with some damn impressive strategies. Like Myriad, actually. Like, Myriad has evolved a lot. I want to give him credit for this. His series against Mahodo, this week alone, like, the way he's playing aggressive, I've never really seen him on that level before. You know, I've seen him occasionally, but he's consistently been aggressive. Now, my concern in this series is that aggression has been hamstrung. Game number 1, he got cut off of his Lancaster timing quick. Game 2, he's been full hunkered down and now will remain so. Myriad needs that tech timing. Outpost defense is coming up. He's spreading himself wide. so far are going to become more and more annoying. A thorn in his side here. They do not have the imported armors, but that's not going to stop them. Veteran Sofa diving into the tree line. Spinning kind of lacking in response, but does find the injured one straight away. Archers are also already vetted up. Is this the first semi-finals for Myriad? It might be the first. I think he's maybe been in the semi-finals once before. It's definitely Gully's first. Trickle raid. Kind of keeping him pressed down. Only 12 worker lead. However, he has got the systems to buff him up further to compete with the Fulani effect. Problem's going to be in quality of army at this rate, though. Gold one out. Going to be coming up here. Vortex goes for the dive in to intercept it. The Sofas going to club down a few here. Ends up retreating. Myriad backs down from it. Sofas are getting sacrificed, but there's still a few left. Oh, culling the herd. Slowing the timing here. Myriad will go back to work on the tech up. Vortex losing a few too many archers on that dive to remain in place. But he has at least impacted the scaling point. Myriad is only 11 workers ahead now. On top of that, Vortex is now looking to pick up the relics. Yeah, I don't see... So, like, the fact that Marine Lord and Beastie is in the lower bracket is initially going to be seen as a bad thing for the scene because they're the biggest attractors of viewership, right? But long term, it's actually a really good thing because you need to be in a world where any player of the top 10 could lose. You need to feel that. And I think AoE4 is getting better because of that. Nice snipe in there. Vortex finds an opportunity. Except this guy. This guy just doesn't lose. Can this guy lose? Hello? No one who thinks it's a bad thing for the scene, like on viewership metrics, it is initially a bad thing. That is categorically undeniable. Like, there is brand nominal value. Like, if I was to host a okay, so let me prove this. If I was to host, and I've done this type of things before, you can see it clear in the numbers. Let's say I had a show match between Scatterbrain and Gully that was a very close series, went 5 games. But then I hosted a show match between Marine Lord and Gully Deck. We both know which one's going to get more. The problem is you need these players to improve to the point they can challenge, and then they need to build a brand around the fact they're able to challenge. Now, the challenging part, there's a lot of challenge in this, for a lot of players, is they may be good at one of those things, but terrible. Cataphract switch from Myriad, by the way. He doesn't even try to pull it away. Is it me, or is Myriad just kind of getting outplayed in this fight? Yeah, the Limitane count is getting culled way too fast. Vortex just breaks him with the sofa. Jumps straight on top of the Lombos. I mean, it's the extra armor that just makes them last so long compared to the spears. Break through Myriad. He only has 2 spin until Lombo mass is not going to last long against this. Villagers now stuck in the middle of the battle. I don't think we're going to see him ever reach more than a 15 worker lead here. And that just doesn't seem to be cutting deep enough. I mean, if we saw no worker losses and you're talking about a 15 worker lead at 80 workers, is different. We're just not reaching that scale where the percentage matters that much. Vortex is crushing him right now. Like an irrelevant insect. Myriad looking like he's about to roll over and die. Everything just getting idled out. Sophie even arriving on the extended berries. And the Lombos have been cut down entirely. GG called. 2 TC Byzantines. If you guys remember, just a few weeks ago in the midweek muster, it looked like a sick strategy that could catch your opponent off guard, that would just ambush them the fact they thought you were system rushing, but you were scaling eco instead, that put them on the clock and made them fail more often than not. People like B shoe this time and time again. But now, with the way the Malians keep evolving, with a bigger focus on sofas, I don't know if it's an answer anymore. I mean, we need to see probably like someone who's exactly on Vortex level to prove it. But I just feel like Malians every single week keeps moving up that ranking ladder. Yeah, dude. Like, they're just becoming the god civ. So, let's mark that up. A Mali win. And then we've got Kilyadi versus Gully live after this one. Isn't AoE4 dying? I mean, like it's not. It's dying. It's just not growing. I think is a better way to think about it. Actually, like someone's gonna argue it's growing. I think his player base went up by like 1,000 or 2,000 with the DLC. But I don't think it's moving the needle to a substantial degree for the esports or the content creator market. Is a better way to think about it. Isn't with ML and BC in my opinion because there's a lot of memery with those. As well as BC just posted a video today saying I lost to a plat player. So there's at least some comedy. I mean, sure, but that's obvious like drawing of viewership. So that's just like that's using content creator brain, right? That just makes sense, you know. Like if I go, you know, if I was like imagine the amount of people that would click on like I beat Marine Lord only using my eyes and I had like a tracker and I beat him somehow doing that. Of course, people are gonna look at that. And that's like a double hook, right? That's like being a really good player. That's just triple hook. Being a really good player, being a player that people wouldn't expect to be a good player, and then doing it in a weird way. So we're going Pigeon's view. Okay. Is he trusting in his IU pick? He is. This IU pick looked dirty last time. Any game is dead if you don't like it. I mean, sure, that's why Fortnite is dead. Whoa. No, so like, the problem is in this day and age, you're dead if you're not growing. Which, like, kind of makes sense, because the logic is, like, if something else in the market is growing, you're losing market share to that, technically. So in a way, you are dying because you're declining. Yeah. Especially, like, nowadays, because of the way that the whole industries have been structured, it's all about this whole idea of, like, growth to facilitate value, and growth is always the focus, and the growth takes the priority focus even over the acquisition cost of a customer and the value of each customer and that kind of crap, right? Which is how we got where we got until like 2 or 3 years ago, where investors were speculating value 10 years in the future. Like, have you guys seen Silicon Valley, where he has the whole thing where like one of the guys says, we're going to start coming up with a subscription model. He's like, what are you doing? Don't do that. And he's like, what? It's like, if you make a subscription model, then you'll make profits and you'll prove a value, and then they'll say that the company's worth that much, and then it'll never be enough. Whereas instead, if you say you're pre-revenue, they can't put a number on you, and then there's like the ceiling is infinite in theory. And that actually, like, the meme of Silicon Valley is that it's actually not really that far off the stupidity of the like IT industry in general, right? Because it kind of did track out the tech. So like the thing there, that mentality is at least changing a little bit, but I don't think it's changing in regards to gaming. Gaming has a like much more fundamentally deep issue of like almost all games feel like they're cyclical in nature. They don't have consistent anchorage. There are games that do because they've existed so long, like Minecraft, for example, League of Legends, you know, Counter-Strike, etc. But the problem is when you're now a new game coming in, you're talking about a world in which there are a ridiculous number of games released per year. It makes it very hard for you to stand out. It makes it very hard for you to maintain people. You know, this is a huge critical issue in MMOs right now. Like in MMOs, people will switch from WoW, but they'll always go back to WoW because no MMO out there can match the amount of content drive that WoW provides. So even if you love Throne of Liberty or you love like insert whatever MMO you're gonna go with, like in the last year or two, you'll always inherently, if you were a WoW person, end up back on WoW for the raw content mass it has because it's existed for so long. And then on top of that, people have loyalty to that. That's why everyone recycles. That's why everyone recycles IPs. They don't make new IPs. You know, like look at Age of Empires 4. All right, last time we saw him in the Civ, he made it look dirty. He made it look fierce. He's going to need to be all of that and more if he wants to beat Vortex. It's Myriad's Iobids up against Vortex in the HRE. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Time for a caster game. Game number 3, which Vortex is looking primed to clean sweep the series, unless Myriad can do something to clean himself up fast. And how's my wrist? It's still a little bit rough, man. I don't know. I think I pulled ligament? I don't know. I felt like I pulled a muscle or something there. I probably shouldn't be moving it. It's probably making it worse that I am moving it. For those who don't know, I climb a lot. And I done a climb where like I went for it and it almost felt like someone's pulling out the socket. Obviously, it hasn't done that, because if it did, I wouldn't be able to move my wrist. Yeah, we were just having a conversation about like the nature of games and how hard it is for new games to compete. I do think we're in a kind of we're in a content spoil era. There's simply too many games that exist per year, and it's very hard for any game to truly make its own mark nowadays. I mean, all of its flaws aside, like that's another thing. Stormgate. I feel like Stormgate is a topical discussion for any RTS person. Had all its issues. Even if it didn't have those issues, I still think it would have struggled to succeed because of the issue of shackling players to your idea. It's very hard. RuneScape, BDO, better content and retention than WoW. WoW is simply mid-tier slot. I mean, that's your opinion though, right? Like, I didn't really get into World of Warcraft when I was a kid, so I didn't have that same allure that other people did. I can understand it though. But there's statistically plenty more people that support the idea that, like, hey, it does matter that they have this backlog of content you can always dive into that new games don't. AO2 players thinking they're alive when both games are completely relevant to the gaming industry? I mean, sure, but that's your love and flow for the game you believe in. Like, you could meme that same logic on EVE Online. It's like, is EVE Online technically that big? Not compared to WoW or RuneScape or any of this stuff. But it makes crap tons of money because they've got a perfectly loyal fan base. You know, like I have on my roster one of the biggest Might and Magic creators. And brand-wise, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to check the numbers. We haven't done a few deals that would really give insight on it. Like, he potentially can actually have... He can have an audience that's worth more than a Fortnite audience, technically. Not the same scale, but like of a... If he has 700 viewers and a Fortnite guy has 700 viewers, there's potentially a world in which his viewership is worth a lot more. So Logi-Wing coming in, by the way. I don't understand why anyone would prefer AoE 2 over AoE 4. Comfort. There are some things I admire about AoE 2. I think AoE 2 has good character to it. And it also, I'd say AoE 2 is a lot more micro-intensive than AoE 4. And some people do prefer that. Like, there's no denying Age of Empires 4 was designed to be a more macro-intensive game. We can agree on that, right? It's more about resource management than it is about the finite granularity of micro. You know? And like, this is the thing as well, is granularity is another really big piece for RTS gamers. A lot of RTS gamers, you know, they've stuck with the genre for years and years. Like, you have to remember, AO2's audience is a bunch, in a lot of cases, a lot of people who supported it for 20 plus years, and they appreciate that granularity. If you remember, like I explained this on a previous stream, where you can't necessarily do that level of granularity with a new RTS. I think you end up in a situation where it's actually like a lot harder to allure people, because, you know, in a day and age where everything is easier, like there's more immediate gratification, that takes a lot of extra effort to do, right? And if you think about the games that people are playing regularly, they want that instant stimulation. They don't want to get beaten up for hours and hours on end. There are exceptions to the rule, but those exceptions are like a combo of things like peer pressure when you play MOBAs with people, or simplicity beginning into complexity, like Counter-Strike. AOT has way more APM spent on macro. Yeah, but the micro expression, like, for example, just the fact that you can dodge arrows, right? Like, for some people, that's a lot more appealing, because then in a fight, like, every tiny little move matters. Whereas I've played some Age of Empires 4 in my time, believe it or not. And I've spoken to pros on this, and they tend to agree, like, although you can out-micro your opponent, the way that you do it is more... I'd say, like, the best way to describe it is more holistic than individualistic. Does that make sense? Like, each unit matters less than the whole to a certain degree. Yeah, people like different things, right? Like, there's going to be people who can't understand why you like AoE 4 over StarCraft. And there is some meritable points to that. So, like, the big defensive point I'll give StarCraft is you cannot argue that they have a much more responsive game than we have. Full stop. Because, like, there is input delay on this game because of the way it was designed. So that's another point. It's like, that matters for some people in a big way. Like, in some ways, I'm happy that I spend my time casting instead of playing AoE4, because as much love as I've got for it, because of the games I played over the year, like for example Dota 2, I know how painful it would be to get used to that input latency. Which also, that, by the way, knocks into the part of the reason why the micro is not as deep in AoE4. Although, credit to certain players like Vortex that make it look so. So we did get Pro Scouts, by the way, just to catch up with the game. Like, we haven't really been focusing on much because it's just been a chill game. It's just defensive play on both sides. Like, it's Pro Scouts into Castle and then Dervish Wing into Castle. Double Outpost confirms that. Kind of rough, actually, that he wasn't able to find any damage. Like, playing Dervish like this just to play defensive is the worst feeling in the world. The point with the Dervish is that you should be able to attack your opponent. Maybe we thought it's not dying? Well, we were saying, like, it depends on what your definition of dying is. If you are a growthaholic and you believe in growth to dictate existence, then, like, you can argue AO4 isn't exactly in its spring chicken years, which is crazy because it's not that old. It's not growing really, but that could have been fixed if the publisher, Microsoft, wink wink, decided to actually push some serious money into marketing. The problem is they don't, and I kind of get part of that. Like, it's actually, have you guys ever noticed how hard it is to drum up hype on something when it isn't just a launch point? Like, a launch point, you get lots of people in, and you get lots of people willing to try, and you get a lot of hype. But then throwing money in afterwards feels very difficult to justify, unless you already have scale. Yeah, like, I've kind of felt that lack of marketing as well. I'd say this recent DLC, I think it's decent. I kind of felt like Silence Ascend popped more in my eyes, and that's kind of sad because I think there's some really cool, unique things here. But I think part of that is actually due to probably the hype that developed around it unintentionally. Whereas with this DLC, I feel like there was no marketing whatsoever. I mean, the last DLC didn't really have intentional marketing. It was just like, dude, holy crap, look what they released sort of feeling. There are new, smaller YouTube channels popping up fairly constantly. Is that true? I haven't seen any. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong places. What do you think about the future of AoE4 esports? I would guess you have more knowledge. I would say, like, AoE4 esports isn't necessarily going to evolve beyond what it is currently for a long time. Something else has to change for AoE4 esports to be bigger, to evolve. So we've got a little bit of poke here, by the way. Relic being picked up. It's going to be pulled home. I'm a bit worried, actually. Myriad, he's been beaten to the tech so quick. He's a minute behind, and we're already seeing a fourth prelate coming out from Vortex. Guys, this might actually be one of the most underwhelming Dervish plays you'll see. Like, I don't think Myriad's going to get anything at this rate. So some new beginner build orders from new YouTube channel. Okay, that's cool. But, like, what's the viewership kind of trend on that? Okay, like, remember, just because you have like 10 people making new YouTube channels that get 10 views each, it doesn't mean that area is growing. If they're getting like 10, 15, 20, 30,000, then okay. But yeah, in terms of the esports, for the esports to really grow in a justifiable way, something needs to fundamentally change around the way the game is advertised from the esports POV, and then also the content creation side needs to grow. That's my feel on it, though. What are your thoughts on Aussie Drongo and the tournament he's hosting? Is it similar to KPMM? No, nothing like KPMM. You're pitting 8 highly skilled individuals in FFA where all kinds of variables come into play. Like, at that point, you know, it's more political than just competitive. Because you have to make alliances, etc. This is a very, very, very different style. The strategy, because you're like, oh, X has like the lead, we should try and target him down. But also, yeah, there's a lot of like intended collusion, and it's like the difference is like, it's like watching I guess it's kind of like watching a Counter-Strike tournament versus like a Counter-Strike show match where, like, you know, people could be dropped random weapons or things could spawn. That's not to devalue what it is. It's that, like, my point is more the entertainment scale is very different. Like, you have this wacky craziness of anything could happen that appeals to the free-for-alls. Like, quite often, a well-done show match can be more entertaining to the entire tournament than the grand final showdown itself. You'll need to make content first before the viewer base can grow. Agreed. But, you know, maybe my content just sucks. But I don't feel like we've seen huge bursts of increased viewership around the DLC. Maybe for like 2 or 3 videos, but then it calmed down. I think even Drongo's numbers maybe support that. But I haven't seen his Outback Octagon, so it might be is boosting him up again. Oh, so Myriad, Camel Archers plus Archers here. Vortex, he's still got the pro scout value, hasn't he? He's going to have to start switching farms soon, though. But on top of the world, man. Like, he's got 4 relics home. Myriad went Dervish, remember. He chose the religious landmark choice as his H2. And he got 1 relic for it. He needs a win in the fight. It's so clean from Vortex. I think Myriad, like, looking back at this, is going to maybe be a bit concerned there was too much hesitation. Like, you know, there was maybe an opportunity to be up in your opponent's face that wasn't taken. It's always challenging to read that against HRE. HRE is the type of Sith that loves you fighting into them in Feudal Age because their economy is so boosted at that stage. And because he went Dervish, he didn't technically have any economical advantage. What he did at least have, if he built a few units and went upfield, is this idea that the Dervishes should stop you from being beaten at the start of the game. I did watch wacky new build orders from someone like the individual cast of pro game mods. Sure, but that's so what I'll say at that point is then it comes down to what content you find fun to do to choose what you're going to do with your channel. And for me, I can see the fun in that. I don't how to word this. I don't see the future for me in doing that angle. Which is why we're doing something different with Bucky. Something kind of attuned to that, but on a wider scope than just one game. Okay, so Myriad, he is sneaking out onto pocket economies. He got a double berry on the south side. Nice. I'm gonna be scared of. Like, to basically put a full explanation, like, for me, the time extra it would take to edit down and curate these incredible videos that in theory should be really good versus the potential, like, upside on viewership to generate, like, you know, if you think of it as a hours spent to, like, what you make back. I think I've kind of reached the mentality, and maybe it's like, I don't take it negatively. Like I said, dude, I spend so many hours in AoE 4 and still I'm going to. But I'm at the point where, like, it doesn't make sense mathematically in my brain, and I don't necessarily see the growth pattern to making sense for the hours it would take in a world where you're limited in the hours you have. Does that make sense? And I'm trying to be, like, very careful in expressing how I feel, because I don't want people to walk away from this like, KP hates AoE 4. I don't. Like, I've committed an insane amount of time to this game. I don't think I'd do that if I hated it. But I think I said at the start of this stream, like, the idea of the new content I'm making and sitting there and editing videos for that content versus, like, sitting here and editing a 4-hour video down into a 30-minute thing for this, it doesn't hold the same appeal to me mentally. Also, it doesn't help that, like, Age of Empires 4 chooses to make some things absolutely atrocious to do. Like, you know, for example, when I done that showcase video, the showcase video took much longer than intended because we had to keep reloading the match history VOD and playing through it fully to get to the pieces we wanted, which is silly. Palasha Schwabe came through, by the way. Vortex, he's still just feeling kind of miles ahead, but I like what Mirrod's thinking here. He's not just going to go home and play pat cake. He's looking to try and end the game now. Because you have to. Now that you're up against Schwabia, there's no way you mirror that timing. You can't even come close. You've lost the relic game. You know, you don't have anything else that's really going your way here. And you're already in a position where Vortex is ahead in the economy. So Myriad, we're going to see him try to do it like he done it last time against Mahodo on Pigeon's View. Mass Manjaniques to try and break him. Vortex. There is a problem with this strat from Myriad. Are you guys seeing it? The Springalds don't exist in the anti-siege role these days, but there is something that takes their place if you get to Imperial. Yeah, Culverin's already queued up for Vortex. And reminder, he has got 4 relics. He can afford this easily. I think the only thing that's kind of missing for Vortex is probably some Spearmen. Spearmen would be pretty nice to defend the choke points. Instead, he just keeps adding more crossbows. Which means there is a chance here for Myriad. Crossbows are a lot more squishy against mass Manganiques. I'm not the biggest fan of is the fact that we're actually seeing trebuchets instead, though. I mean, maybe he saw the Corv and now he's kind of freaking out about it. Knight also creeping the flank. That's going to be big idle time. 16 villagers. 15 because 1 died. Now running around. Villagers, this is still pretty expensive. Remember, Vortex has got mass TC strat via the Schwabia. This gap is going to accelerate fast. The Manganiques are going to have villagers nearby to repair. They've been gathering still on the front line, but the Culverin count could just go up from here. Like, you go 4 or 5 Culverins, and there's nothing you really do about that. The Manganiques, they only have 130 HP. These guys do 40 damage. You only need 4 of them to insta-kill. Placements is jeez, come on. E-repairs is also the other reason I'm a bit hesitant about the Treb strat. It's so slow. Oof. And sniped for free. So he's going to fall back towards Sacred Sites now, I think. Like, it feels like this attempt to break the base has been a completely unsuccessful endeavor. What do you do from here, really? Yeah, on the content side, like what I'd say is, I mean, I just checked Swaggy's numbers. Good for him. It's a different style of content, right? I don't want to say his is evergreen. It's more target long. Whereas we're just trying to be entertaining with costs. And I think I said before, the angle that would have worked if there was scale for it really would have been the casual hilarious strats rather than just the competitive strats. But what I was seeing was a lack of the haha funny stuff, easily acquirable or findable, which is why we then went for tournament stuff. Which we saw some success with, but I don't know, I think that success is kind of like maybe capped out. Right, Vortex Men-at-Arms now coming through against Camel Lancers crossbows. Kind of an interesting way of going. But there are archers added in as well. Honestly, I think Spearman might have just been a bit better. Maybe he saw the archers, he's like, okay, I need to like dynamic this between the 2 unit types. Also gives him insane value into elite army tactics. And he's going to have to body somewhere, right? We're talking about double Sacred Site. Myriad is ticking down that clock. He's also starting to save up, actually. So maybe thinking about Imperial as well. Very tricky timing to find his Ibis just because it's a huge investment just sitting there. Yeah, you can't accelerate it in any meaningful way. I guess there's like one way, but that would be via the advancement wing, which is already used up by going dervishes. How is Myriad looking on food? I don't think Myriad can actually afford more than one big fight here, folks. He's almost dry. Yeah, the berries kind of on their last legs. He can't play ball. Like, realistically, if Vortex can just get one big fight, pause the timer into another big fight, it should just be a win. So really what it comes down for Myriad is kind of poke raiding, keeping dancing, and then also just finding a little bit of damage here. Imp Age is up slow for IU. Feels low value in this situation. Yeah. I mean, if you're ahead and controlling this a dictation into a value, right? Like Desert Raider spam here is pretty sick. But this would be like an urgent reaction type play in a game where he doesn't have farm set up. So he would be using every piece of food to go Imperial Age. He wouldn't then be able to go, okay, and now I can build all these units. He's going to be, okay, now I need to build all these farms. Vortex is already done. Let's see if the Manganites can deliver him to glory. It's done so before for Myriad. You're gonna have to dig deep. Vortex spreading out. Culverins are moving in though. This is why it doesn't work. Pushed away already by the Corvs. However, the front line is failing Vortex. Crossbows need to retreat. They are going to body block the retreat of the Culverins. Cam Lancers did get sacked in. Now, what's going to matter? Remember what we said. Myriad could afford one big fight, and it needed to be a big win. So far, this doesn't look like a huge win. No, he's left with just backline. He can't really afford many more camels at this pacing. Vortex. It's a reliable 2,000 food income. You know, a little bit inflated here. Like, it'd be down at maybe 1,400 just the farms. That'll be good enough compared to Myriad, who will be down to 0 at this rate. Manganites, of course, start to lose value when the comp is smaller. Culverin's just going to finish them off before it gets too small. You know, the reason why I didn't have much faith in this is elite crossbow against Castle, and Myriad has no faith anymore either. GG gets called. He went for a timing all-in. It failed. He fell back to the Sacred Site win con, and Vortex knew too well that a meet, blob, and go was already in his favor. A 3-0 victory. Vortex first player through to the grand finals. All right. So that means we now are going to be looking at a second grand finals, semi-finals rather than grand finals, which is going to be Kilyadi versus Gully Deckle. And that draft is currently underway. Oh. But yeah, to someone's point, like, I mean, I had to look at the channel that got flagged. Like, they have decent viewership. On these build orders. I don't disagree that build orders can get you reasonable viewership, for sure. But, like, even on these things, like, this person has, like, you know, maybe 4 or 5k views. I think he has, like, one that was 11k or whatever. My thoughts on it is like, what's the ceiling is the point I was trying to get across. Like, what's the ceiling for that content in its current form? I think that's the tricky part. Because, like, I would argue, if you're thinking about what is the ceiling for Age of Empires 4, you're probably looking at Drongo's content. Right? Is that fair? Would anyone say there's any other channel you look at instead as, like, your content ceiling? I would say it's probably Drongo. And Drongo's getting, like, I'd say about 20k average at the moment. In the middle of his big free-for-all tournament. Which is not too bad. But the challenge is, like, how long is that going to take a new creator to get to there? And, like, that is also, like, instead, you got to think about, okay, how do I get a new audience? I think is one of the big challenges. This is what I mean by you want meaningful, memorable content. Like, do you guys remember what I said about Hera a few weeks back? That Hera, like, had one of the best content pieces in any Age of Empires game this year. He had I think it was 4 amateurs take on a pro. That's good content. That's what I mean about, like, having these arcs that make more sense, even more than build orders. Because you need a way of reaching, like, a big, broad, new audience. If you want to be able to, like, grow your channels. Just making sure I got this on, because I got to watch my soon. Got little Ezra sleeping. He always sleeps with his butt up. Only streamer who could get a hold of pros and has enough amateurs willing to play. Yeah. God knows what I'd have to play those pros to play. But I'm using that as an example. I'm not saying that's what we should do. Maybe it's what, I don't know, maybe it's what something like Beast and Marine Lord should do. Because also, like, what makes that work is you need the sizing of being able to collaborate with other people, if that makes sense. It's like Hera's a pretty big name, right? So then when he reached out to the likes of Ludwig and Atriarch, who are much bigger than him, it's probably more likely to get a response. Like, I think his whole initial response is, I'm the best player in Age of Empires right now. And I want to see if, like, 4 of you could beat me or something. Yeah, like, I don't know. Like, these ideas, like I said before, a lot of these ideas, anything is technically possible if you have enough money to throw at the problem. I just don't have the money to throw at that problem. Aatrox reached out to Hero? Okay, there you go. Well, thank you, friend. Well, but that proves the point even in another way, right? It's like, we haven't got these big people like Aatrox reaching out to us. But what my point is, he made a good use of the opportunity. Bank robbery is lucrative. Okay, I feel like Twitch chat is taking us down a dark route, okay? Like, do the banks even hold that much cash anymore? Technically. Are you guys being misled by, like, the 80s when they had giant golden ingots in their banks? Are we misleading ourselves? Patch today? Maybe. We'll see. But boyos are fully drafted. What are we getting for game 1? People's understanding of banks based on 80s action movies? Well, I don't see the problem here, okay? Actually, I'll have you know, my understandings of banks are based on Payday, which is much more recent than the 80s. Therefore, I think I'm probably the lead expert in chat on bank robberies. Because I have got... How many hours actually have we got in that? I've got over... wait, only 160 hours? That's pretty lame. What an amateur. If I had more than that. What? Nah, I should definitely have more than 160 hours. I used to play the crap out of that game. But what? Yeah, whatever, guys. I've got weeks of full-time work worth of experience robbing banks in Payday 2. And that game came out several years ago, so I have 21st century knowledge of how to rob a bank. You're welcome. All right, so Gully and Kilyadi. Mongols versus Delhi for Himiyama. Yeah. I mean, like, I don't want to discard the ideas being thrown around like, oh, well, KP, you could go get, like, these big content creators. I mean, I don't know if I could, not without financial incentivization, which is why I tried to get it before. I think part of it is also just me getting a little bit burnt out by it. Which is why I'm doing this, like, new content arc with what I feel are refreshing ideas. Like, I kind of need to for my own sanity. And then who knows? Like, maybe I'll try it and I'll like, oh, man. You know what? This is just revitalized my desire to do X, Y, Z, D, G, and B for AoE 4. Or maybe it'll be a perfect balance. It'll make me appreciate what we do in AoE 4 more when I get to do it. I don't know. I just know that, like, if I keep going on about in the current direction with the content, I am going to burn myself out. Because I technically burnt myself out, I think, at the start of 2024, maybe. Really felt it. Tried to bait Gully to play Sengoku, but he knows it's low. Actually, wait. What? Why is the Sengoku not been picked? Dude, it's such a Gully Deckle draft when you see English when you could have had Sengoku. I have a slight delay between my video and audio. Are you sure? Video and audio? Are you sure? I just checked on Twitch. It looks fine for me. Maybe refresh. Like, it definitely just looked fine. So if I go 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nope. It's fine on my end. I think it might just be yours stepping. Maybe just double check on your end. What I'd love to see is videos analyzing pro games build orders and how they fit into the meta. I think the meta is so hard to understand for AoE4. Yeah. trying to think how I'd do that. Because like the thing you're describing there, like I get where you come from, but it's kind of like at that point I'm doubling up my work. Because how I would envision I'd have to do it is that you would have these games you cast, and then you go back and then you'd provide new commentary over the cast and then new editing. So like actually it's more like triple the workload now that I think about it. Whereas like my goal, what I want to get towards is the idea that, look, today we're going to do this thing and we're going to go live to do this thing. Like, guys, today I'm going to be a conch level player without using a keyboard at all, for example. Not saying that's the thing I'm going to do. I don't think that's that intriguing, but you get the ideas. Can't say for sure. Oh, wait, I already read that. I'm an idiot. Now we watch child mode? Jesus Christ. Guys. Monetization. Whoa. Hey, yo, whoa. If only they fix the crappy replay system, you could save them more than 3 hours. Yeah. I think like even then though, because like you're gonna cast over your games because that's the content here. Like for example, okay, so casting I think has its appeal and whatever. I don't think it would be more appealing for us to sit here looking into games for potentially interesting build orders. Does that make sense? Like if the stream was just watching me do that, I think you'd find that much more boring than me commentating games. No? So that's what I mean is like you would commentate the games, but then that's not the content you're even putting on YouTube. You're then gonna go back and watch it. It's almost like if you want to do that, it makes more sense to literally just like basically watch the games off stream and then do a video about that stuff. You know? Does that make sense then? Like, that's what I'm saying. Because in an ideal world, like, if you're thinking smart about your content, like, I always think and respect, I think the best content creators are the ones that, like, use live streams to get their YouTube content. So they go live with a concept. Like, Ludwig was great for this. Doug's great for this. Like, you know, it's like, today we're doing this thing. Like, you know, I'm going to play the hardest game ever and see if I can set a speed run. So then they go live, and then you take all that live content and you chop it down into a video. That's really what you want to be doing as a content creator, because otherwise, if you're just doing one to do one and doing the other to do the other, it's somewhat counterproductive. There are ways that it can work. Like, for example, Queso, I mean, like, he basically just uploads his live streams. That's still doing one to do the other. Because otherwise, you're just doing two separate jobs entirely, and they don't benefit each other either. Am I? I'm not too bad. Hope that made sense. I mean, I think it made pretty obvious sense. Should have. All right. Let's get ready to go with this. So we're what, 2 minutes out? We could probably set up predictions now. And like I said, these type of changes that I'm planning, I kind of need anyway for my own sanity. Like one of my big goals for 2026 is to get away from just being wholly reliant on my income from Twitch, because it just gives you weird like statistical anxiety when you over focus on things. Like you should take information away from the statistics related to your content, but it shouldn't be a doomsday linger over your head, if that makes sense. Whereas, like, in the current format, you know, because we're only reliant on Twitch, and Twitch is like, it's not like YouTube where you can have evergreen, some pop off, and like, YouTube's a very different environment. It's kind of like, if I have a bad month on viewership, I know I'm going to have a bad follow-up month on sponsorship. Does that make sense? It's like my goal in 2026 for my own sanity and de-stress is to move away from the panic of that kind of vicious and unhealthy cycle. What we do is record a commentated version of a game and then analyze over that video on stream the next day. Okay, but you've still just created double the work. You see what I mean? So now I have to watch the games completely off stream beforehand. Then I have to go on stream with them again. That's what I mean. Like, we're doubling the work is my point. And if I'm at a point where I'm feeling like I'm at risk of getting burnt out at this rate on AoE4, that is the least logical thing I could probably do. That's my thought process and where I'm at. Caster Games make small reels every game of the winner and then just post the reels up. Yeah, like I was weighing up that. Really, either I would need to find the time to do that, or I need to get someone to help on editing to do that type of thing. Like I get what you mean, like highlights of games. I thought about doing it in the past. AoE falls a bit weird for doing like highlights of games because of the style of it. It's not as quippy. There's a big one fight like Dota 2 or something. We're watching a ton of games like every day. Take the most interesting ones. And this, well, so this is where the whole content arc we do currently is flawed. Is we could go a whole day and not have interesting games at all. So it's always a gamba bin dive. It's the same reason why I don't do the low elo casts that often. Like finding interesting games is so hard. You find a bunch of crap to find a good. That's what YouTube's meant to be. Is meant to be getting the good out of the crap already. Like some people do it different, where they'll check the summaries of games and find one that looks interesting based on spoilers, which I try to avoid because I don't know, I don't like having the preordained outcome for a cast. But anyway, it's time. Let's get to it. Old man versus the grandkid. Kiliardi is here to impart his wisdom onto all. The oldest player in Age of Empires 4 up against one of the youngest. Let's get into it. Delhi versus Mongol for game number 1. It is going to be on Himiyama. Pond play on the table. And it's going to be a Delhi pick rushing out for that central pond, despite the fact he's against Mongol. Wow. Okay, that's kind of cool. I have to do the analyze games more than once a week. I would argue you do. If you want to change your channel to be about analyzing why people do certain plays, it's not evergreen. Most of those aren't evergreen. Because, like, if you have, for example, these situations where, let's say you're doing build orders. Build orders can frequently change. So it's not evergreen. So you kind of have to have a regularity of that type of content, wherever it's going to be. YouTube is always an ever-changing beast of things to figure out. Any concerns with overlapping of Outback Octagon? No. Like, my blunt take on it, I've already went over this before. It was known when we do these tournaments, literally every single week. The overlap could have easily been avoided if there was just some communication beforehand. But I wasn't going to knee-jerk tilt in a different direction with Grand Finals Thursday, last second, screwing over people's expectations and confusing the viewer base. Like, this could have very easily been avoided. It just required some communications. I only knew that there would be games on Thursday literally 2 days before our Grand Finals of the first week overlap. So, Gully is going to get harassed away here, by the way. I mean, he's got fishing boats, though. Like, just shoot him. Remember, the Delhi can shoot. So you should be able to shrink this count pretty easily. Like, it should be quite hard for Kiliardi to burn this down, though. Especially if Gully decides to add in Spearman, which would be pretty crafty. How about I cast an amateur FFA and I'll pay to be in it to subscribers? It's kind of a cool idea. I don't know how many people would be up for paying for that, though. These type of arcs of ideas are things I've always wanted and would love to do. But you need enough viewer saturation so you can just like, guys, we're doing this, and then like all these people sign up. And we've had, for example, we're going to do a community game, guys, and not enough people sign up for a community game. Come on. So it's... My take on that is I'd love to do more chat and community interactive content. But it's like, it's one of those freaking chicken and egg situations I find, which is really annoying. Kiliardi, I like the switch up, by the way. Just going over to the gold instead. Gully actually can't touch it. Oh my god. Four Spearman makes this really problematic. He's going for the dive, but he pins him. Second kill. All right, old man ain't got old man reflexes. Dude, look at this guy go. Oh my god. If he moves any quicker, his hip's going to pop out. What? Did Gully... He still didn't get enough. He still hasn't got enough gold. And guys, oh my god, look at the spawn. Look at the spawn. It's triple gold left side, which means that Kiryadi can quite easily camp all of it. What? Alright, this may be a very quick game one, is what I'm going to say. Oh, this looks horrible. What do you do here now as Gully? Like, you're going to have to make a break for the gold soon. You have at least got a Scholar to top off your health. Wheelbarrow has been slow, though. I think his plan is to make a move with Wheelbarrow, but this is where the dock play kind of throws you off a bit. Because he went for the dock, the Scholar spawned in there, and it meant he initially used his wood on that instead of a mosque. So he doesn't have the research speed. He had to wait a long time for Wheelbarrow. He's going to make the move now. Actually, weirdly enough, brings the shivs out. He does have enough gold now, but Kiryadi's already teching first. I think actually Kiryadi kind of threw away the advantage there. Kind of let him in. Scholar Snipe would be a big deal, though. Doesn't quite get the finishing touch. Yeah, okay, so Gully does have an age up now. I'd probably say even just cancel the racks is kind of pointless. This is such a mess of a base, actually. And he goes Tower of Victory. Oh, my God. I mean, I kind of feel like I see where he's come from. I think to a certain degree you have to. Because you're just not getting gold. You know, you don't even have a mosque. So like the other problem there is you have to build a mosque first, because otherwise you can't queue up your scholars, right? You actually have to queue up research. This is weird. This is such an uncomfortably weird game of AoE4. Kiryadi's going to make it even more uncomfortable. Gets the outpost as an anchor point. Still looks like he's going to be able to tech up first. Pulls the spearman. He can actually, if he pulls them all across, he could burn this down. The problem is, yeah, he was waiting for the extra batch. You want to leave a few here at the outpost. So that can't be denied from you. The weird part is, like, if Gully just pulled all his workers, he should get the burn, though. Burn. You cannot dodge the fishing boat shots, remember. So you just have to torch it. There is maybe a problem that Kiryadi waited a bit long here. Actually, no, I think he's fine. This many spearmen? Actually, no, he won't be, right? Yeah, the damage gets auto-upgraded, guys. Fishing boats scale on their damage when they age to age 2. So Kiryadi waiting this long actually kind of hurt him a bit. He did get his own burn damage built up, though. Remember, he teched as well, so he does a bit more damage. But the dog will be going down. Archer ship ends up being cancelled by Gully. Doesn't see the point in wasting it. The moss drop finally coming in at 7.5 minutes. Oh, wow, this is bad. Yeah, Delhi and Tuklak, not necessarily the same civs when it comes to water. The weird part is no archery range. Yeah, because he did actually complete the racks in the end. I guess he was just expecting an immediate pivot. I haven't seen that yet from Kiryadi, though. Like, wait, is he? He wouldn't fast castle this, would he? I'm hoping not. That feels a bit insane. There you go. He invests. Keshik's coming. Maybe 1 or 2 Magadai would work pretty well here, too. Remember, on Himiyama, the tree lines are small, so Magadai inherently get more value. Same with Heavy Cav, actually. It's much easier for them to get in and find kills. Just gonna poke him through the spears. Archers have started to come out though, so this should get eventually reset. Problem is, Gully does not have an eco lead. Remember, he's behind. His fishing boats are idle, so you have to -4 from his count. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Gully has no clue that it's Keshik's. Did he scout the stables? I hope so, because that's going to be really important here. Kiryadi is spamming the everlasting crap out of them. As we know, guys, you can get a lot of crap out of horses. Wait, what? Technically a true statement. Gully has got the efficient production coming in. Man, this is another horrible feeling. Like, he had to go double stables just to start prepping Ghazi because he didn't have the efficiency of double production from Scholar. This is what I meant by it gets weird when you pawn play with Delhi sometimes. Yeah, like normally we'd be expecting to see like what, just a standard Dome of Faith play, even after you got harassed and slowed down, because it makes sense. Kayadi creeping in as well. Gully, he just actually lost additional vision here. What? Wait. Interesting. Okay, that's kind of going to save him. I don't know what that switch was about. I guess he just didn't want to run the risk there. Like, the tree line was getting thin anyway. I thought he'd continue and just make his way to the corner. So it does shift at the perfect time. Kayadi, though. Oh, no. Yeah. I think Gully saw the Falcon. That was a sick reaction then. He saw the bird overhead. That was sick from the kid. But this might end up being sickening. Keshiks are going to be charging in. He has at least got textiles. Let's keep on chasing. We'll just target down the spearman. Oh, he has got more spears. They're just a little bit busy right now with the tear stone. Interesting that Gully doesn't just go full infantry comp. Considering he went Tower Victory, you'd think it would be a bit more desirable. Comfort play for him. He knows it's Mass Keshik. He's already scouted the second group. So we're going to see him, what, double down on spears? Kiliani's making it more of a 1-1-1 composition now, though. And remember, he's the one with access to deers, so he's just kind of got the better position here. Pro Scouts is also just so far away. We're still 4 minutes out from him getting that for free on the Delhi. I wonder if... Okay, I was about to say, I wonder if Kiliani was going to go towards the ball. He actually pulls back towards the berries. Just doesn't want to get upfield against Ghazi, I guess. Probably is going to be forced to wall up here. What was the predictions like at the start, by the way? 60-40, actually. So it's actually a pretty good chance given to Gully to take the win. I wonder how many of those people wish they could refund right now. Oh, what a shame. You guys can't get your points back. They're just going into the never-ending abyss. Unless Gully can find some pristine raids. That's a good idea. Unfortunately, Outpost does scout him early. And now the dive in! No reaction! Gully way too late on the pull away there. The Keshiks kill him off, and an immediate GG comes in. The kid just can't keep up with the old man. These Zoomers, they think they come at you a million moves a minute. They can easily beat you, but Kiliani, he's just that wise sensei. He just sees you flailing, and he just does a little boop to your head, and you're gone. Damn. I think Gully's going to have to level up quick, because Kiliani is not messing around. I prepared to bid on the underdog for more points. I retract everything. You didn't even, like, you didn't even have time for the statement to breathe. Like, well, here's my reason, and I retract it. You know, you're in the middle of, like, your opening speech when you're like, you know, okay, on trial for this crime. Let's begin the defense proceedings. Your Honor, this entire sequence of events is astoundingly ridiculous. It makes blah, 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 blah. And then all of a sudden, like, a guy that your defendant just itches the back of his head with a, like, knife covered in blood. He goes, and we would like to enter a guilty plea. Game is rigged based on chat. Don't blame the chat for this. What, are you trying to suggest that they inflated the odds favorably in one direction so you go in the other? Is this some UFC rigged fight levels of big brain from them? Oh god, wait, we're doing it. We are. Guys, there's hope. This actually got him a win over Lucifron. Phrygian Marshes, 2 Clack versus English. Hey, what's up, White Walker? Appreciate you, bud. Oh, thank you, man. Well, you just recently got a job? Hope it's something you like doing. Appreciate the support the same, bud. There's always the VODs for you to watch after work if you want to catch up. All right. Thank you, Scarecrow. So game 1 to Kilyaldi. I'll set up the game 2 one. Give you guys 2 minutes this time. And hopefully... Is it on the right side? Yes, it is. He's the Elephant Slayer. He already beat Lucifron with this exact strat on this exact map. And he needs it to work here. Currently, Kilyadi with the Tuklak leads this series. But Gully Deckel's English has quickly become easily his best civ. Let's see if he can show why. Game number 2. Welcome back to the channel, folks, for a casted game between Gully and Kilyadi. This is going to be a fun one. We are heading into the swamps where Tuklak has been a dominant, constant pick. Like, this civ is always coming out. Like, this civ right here, it's like Twinkies in America. You just can't walk 5 steps without seeing one. Now, is Twinkies the most popular American? What's the most popular American snack now, I wonder? I'm trying to think what would be over here. Like, when I was a kid, I'd say it was like Milky Ways, but I think that's kind of died down a bit. Gully with the English. I mean, this is... I guess the polar opposite. You need the polar opposite. What's the least popular candy in America? It would probably be candy. Wait, is candy corn really the least popular? Actually, dude, that kind of fits. Candy corn is like fairly well known of and seen in a lot of places, I guess, but not liked by many. I think that fits perfectly when it comes to watching English. Maybe not so much for playing it. Like, a lot of people seem to enjoy this civ. And we've been enjoying the way that Gully's been bringing it back, man. We're in a time where this civ just doesn't feel very viable. And he consistently focuses in his draft. In fact, he neglected to pick Sengoku the entire draft. Right? Instead, English was a priority for him. Are Snickers really that unpopular in America? I would not say M&M's is unpopular in America. I feel like M&M's is very popular, no? Oh, you're talking about for the UK. Oh, for the popular in the UK. Yeah, Twix is probably there. I think Mars bars used to be, but they kind of fell off. Depending on like the time of the year, actually, cream eggs might just be the instant win. So Kilyadi has gone for the pond play as expected. He skipped the first pond. Was he worried about a men-at-arms rush? Of course he was. The guy who likes the English men-at-arms rush would probably be most paranoid about it. Isn't going to be that coming through, though. Instead, it's just going to be the 2 TC build that Gully's been doing every single time that he's clashed on this map. Yeah, so the idea here is you just hunker down, you build up your farms, you go for castle. Because also the Tuklak timing on heal elephants isn't that good against English from what I've seen. The problem is that the TC fires way too much and the villagers attack from range. They can actually start to snipe you down when you dive. And on top of that, I feel like when you play heal elephants, part of your goal is to do damage over time, not instantly kill. At least not first. And it's very hard to do that when you're up against this healing factor. It means you have to double down, double down, double down. You can't really waste time backing off. English making a return. I don't think it's going to make a full-fledged return. I think it's going to be situationally viable. It's just that Gully's one of those players that really, really highly values this. Like, I'm trying to think, you know, like Mia Micah and Shushi, he'll always pick it to the day he dies now. Even though I'd say Shushi is, like, kind of on the way out. They're not a terrible civ, but they've definitely taken several steps back from where they were just, like, 2 patches ago. So 2TC, probably in the gold, by the way. That's normally the way you do this. Because it's... Your main focus is just cleanly getting castle. So you need to have gold secure for that. The other thing is just think of it as like you're saving on an outpost. It just becomes a giant outpost for you to garrison. You're going to diamond this game? Whoa. Look at you rising for the stars. I'd love to see that. And now I need someone to counterplay that and be like, I'm going to bronze this game. How would you play a Lancaster who's feudal all in against English? It's a good question, actually, because the English 2TC strat I don't think is that great against it, depending on the spawn. If you get back gold, you might be able to get away with the 2TC strat. Forward gold is like a death sentence against Lancaster, though. I think with English, your best hopes is probably littering in some men-at-arms and spearmen, and then going longbows last. But I've not really seen the English players finding success against the Lords build. It's weird because before the Lords of Lancaster build, English was actually a good counter pick against Lancaster. When Lancaster used to do the mass manners, you had a very easy time ruining their day by just longbow massing, because you could just snipe them from afar. But ever since we moved to kind of like Hobbler plus Lords, it's very difficult because you have to remember that the English, they really suck against Lancaster's Hobbler because they're all ranged. Like, this is a perfect example where you wish you were melee. And then add in the fact that they have Yeoman to kind of snipe down your spears. It's so hard to do. Does English main you dread Lancaster? Yeah, like, I don't know how much it spread to the lower rankings if Lancaster's, like, doing... If low-ranked players are doing the Lord strats or whatever. If they are, it's pretty brutal, though. I think if someone wants to put a bit of time into executing it, it's the type of strategy that would easily inflate you a few hundred elo in a season. And what's up, Moo? Is pro scouting still the meta? It is most definitely not, mate. Some civs will still do it, but it's mostly off the menu. So you can see here, we aren't getting it at all, even though there's a decent amount of deer. Sometimes we were getting it before in Phrygian. There's a few civs that will still go towards it, but a lot of civs have shifted away. So Kiliardi, triple pond now. The Gully already getting the first farm clustering. 13 sheep as well, so a lot of padding, actually. Map play equal more fun? Agreed. I just wish they added this map to the actual base game. Like, why? Why don't we have this when it's so much better than several of the maps that are being used in rank pool? And no, we didn't cast Gully versus Scatterbrained because they did not play in time. I think next week, I need to just tell Tommy, next week it just needs to be an auto DQ, to be honest. As it did hold things up. King in the back. King. King. So that may be one of the most underwhelming value kings we've seen in the last half a year. He really just done nothing. But we're British, so the king is dead. Long live the king. No, I think Parliament might be coming into effect. I don't think he's going to remax into that king, is he? Surely you do. I mean, it pains you to have to sacrifice the 200. It might just be he values just getting a quick tech up instead. He's going to be prepping the racks because he's up against Raider Elephants. Remember, another example similar to the Hobblars we were talking about. English hate this. Horseman is insanely effective in general against English because when they 2TC like this, they're relying on arrow fire, which means that Light Cav handles it very well. Yeah, and it's a classic strat for English, right? It's like go 2TC and then bulk a lot of spearmen. The guy, of course, is using this as a bait. And wait a second. Wait. Whoa. Whoa. How about Is it fort time? I wasn't expecting this. Wait, could this be a Combine of Defenders build? Kiliardi, is he cooking? Like House of Learning dead? Question mark. Yes! Oh my god, it's a Compound of the Defenders build. All right, you rigidly and firmly have my attention now. This is pretty hype. So this landmark is still kind of sucky, but so if those don't know, Compound Defender, it gives you a 20% discount on stone cluster buildings. But it's of the building structuring. So the reason this is bad is it means you do discount the Tuklakabad fort by just over 80 resources. It's 85 resources saved. But it doesn't affect upgrading the forts, which is where you get the real value from the fortifications. So it's a little bit weird for that reason. But I think House of Learning is equally quite bad. I think Tuklak, out of all the new civs, probably got the worst castle landmarks full stop. actually tempted to say they may have got the worst landmarks altogether, actually. Outside of what the Dome of Faith has been doing for their win rate. I mean, he went Tower of Victory anyway, right? But like Tower of Victory, Compound Defender, House of Learning, even the Imperial landmarks. I feel like it's very difficult for you to rush in with those landmarks. It's not like a Schwabia, for example. Yeah, and then you have, for example, Sengoku, that out of the castle landmark alone is just better off than all the rest. What else do we have? Golden Horde. I think Golden Horde has some good landmarks later in the game. Early game is kind of sucky. And then finally, my brain is farted. Why have we forgotten the other news? Oh, Macedonians. Macedonians has decent value, actually. They can't really rush Imperial. They have the similar issue to Tuklak, but the early landmarks feel better. Fort trying to be rushed up. He's going to have to cancel it. Spears and the King arrive. More defensive keep required. Let's kill Yadi up. Gully is going to be mirroring the tech now. Hasn't really got much of a worker lead, but that's because Kilyadi's got temporary economy. He's got 9 fishing boats, remember. And White Tower is going to be a good lock-in. Gets himself the gold, also secures some more forward area. Okay, so what was the strat here, Kilyadi? Is he going to be going for tech discounts? Sure. Like, with this placement, what are you trying to do, governor-wise? Because remember, with the two Glackabad forts, you can appoint governors in them. Ook should be kind of a generally obvious one. Maybe Ajma, because he needs some defensive units. But he's not really being fully all in, so that wouldn't make sense. You want economy here. Cav HP? Cav HP is kind of curious. But you're against Spearman already, so does that make much sense? Maybe he wants to go Lancers? Multan isn't too bad, but like you're already up against 2 TC, so you're always going to be behind if you do that. Oh. Oh, it is going to be Multan. So maybe you go 2 TC? You could. And then use the fishing to pad you until you're ready. Still going to be more stone gathering. Who's in the lead? I'd say Gully's in the lead currently. Because his food is long-term. He's got 2 farm clusters already. And Kiryadi hasn't bloated beyond the 4th pond yet. But if he goes up to the full 6, 7, I think Kiryadi has an extensive food lead. And depending on the fort timings, it could make a lot of sense here. Like, I'm assuming the second one is going to be for food. No. No. Wait. I mean, you could build houses around this. Villagers are going to get found, though. This king. We won't talk about the first king, okay? The first king is like, what was his name? I can't remember which king you have at the start of European Universal's Force campaign. The terrible royal one. The last Lancastrian king. But then now we've got a good royal king. We've got 666 for EU4 fans. Yeah, this guy's paid off pretty damn well. Even a villager coming out with what? Okay. I think Gully can't believe it right now. He's like, wait, what? Really? Okay. Oh, a farm cluster. Worst farm placement? He needs food. Like, he's running out of land food pretty fast. He doesn't want to build farms. This does somewhat protect the deer. I can only assume that this is going to be the food governor. Because you can just start building houses around it or even farms. And then more when you clear the berries. Problem is you're not upgrading these forts though. Like with such limited stone, you can't afford the upgrades really. Like you're either gonna Shahi walls this, or you're gonna build an additional one. It looks like, wait, is he building another? He is. Here we go. That's better. Secures the extra stone. Is this the first time in comp we're actually seeing someone use the forts properly? I think so. Kiryadi trying to set a precedent here. Gully. She's going to be retreating currently. King does get sniped down. But so far, he's the one with a relic lead. He's got the first relic coming in. Kyriadi should be mirroring this, though. He has got his own imams, and it is indeed going to be Bakarava. So we are getting the farms plus the houses added in. Remember, per farm or house in range, this will generate food for you. It's a pretty damn good governorship, actually. Like, arguably one of the most reliable ones you can get. Yeah, 12, 20, and 28 food respectively as you scale it. If you ever get to the tier 4s, which is possible, remember, compound defenders, you unlock the additional tier, then you can actually generate stone alongside the food. Yeah, if you're trying to go max level 4 manors, level 4 forts rather, I'd say this is the most important one to getting there. Because this is the one that's going to give you access to stone.
Hitlock as God.
Is Kyriadi about to become the local Finnish governor? Kyriadi, the latest governor of California incoming? It's kind of feeling like it. We are now going to be getting go towards the Governor Sewan, so this is the one that gives you extra gold from relics and sacred sites, a little bit like the Knights Templar one. It also allows your heal elephants to give you a damage buff, but I'm not really expecting heal elephants. And yes, each fort has its own level, so you have to upgrade each of them multiple times. It gets really expensive on stone. Like, if you're trying to do a max fort build, and you thought that maxing out your Japanese TC was expensive, TC enthusiasts meet Tuklak. Like, even just tier 1 here, you can see it's going to cost him 350 stone. And this is what I meant by compound defenders can feel a bit underwhelming, is it's not discounting the cost there. Like, in an ideal world, you'd be saving 70 stone on this, but I think the devs are worried about that just being too powerful. Because especially when you get to the later levels, it gets really pricey on the stone investment. Another fort? He's not stopping. And guys, we talked about it. This is the priority one. Shahi Wall's coming in on the Bakar. So you see right now he's getting 78 food a minute. It's going to increase further. Relic's starting to come home. There you go. So level 1 was 350. Level 2, going to be another 350 and 100 gold. And then it keeps going up from there. I think next level might have been same stone, but even more gold. And I think the final level might have been more stone. All right, which governor? It is an Ashima one. Oh, I love this. It just gives him natural defenders on the sacred site. And if he gets a keep drop opportunity, he can just creep into the enemy base. So remember, Ashma is the one that gives you these Emir warriors. You can generate up to 6 in total. But as you scale, it goes 9, 13. And I forget what the level 4 of Ashma does. I always forgot this one. It does something additional with the warriors, if I remember correctly. I just can't remember what. Basically, the tier 4s, they don't actually list them here in the little description. But there's an additional tier. So you can see here, it doesn't show you. There's a tier 4 that he'll have access to because he went compound defenders. That gives something additional. The one I always remember is Bakar, which is the farm one, which gives you stone generation on top of it. So you'll be able to scale up to 28 food per minute per farm or house, which means he'll also end up getting 5.6 stone per minute if he goes all the way. Ah, and he is upgrading the Ajmer. So more and more warriors going to be coming through. Their stats are pretty damn good as well. 180 health, 5 base armor, and 12 damage. Remember, you get these for the low price of free. Produce them every, I think it's 20 or 25 seconds. As for this one, remember that Multan, it goes 15, 30, 50%, and then it goes up to 75% if you get tier 4. Which does sound nutty, but remember, it's a very big investment to get that way. Workers are going to get sniped. Gully now with a 30 worker lead. I am somewhat dubious. He has at least upgraded the fort once. Going to be wishing he'd done it twice, though. Only 3,500 HP. Raider Elephants are going to force the engagement. Backline getting sniped out. Gully goes for it with the Lombos. It's just spears. Kyriadi doesn't have that many archers, guys. If Gully just keeps spamming spears, he can win this. He's going to have to reset, though. It's just range left over. Yeah, the Raider Elephants are lasting a bit longer than Gully was hoping there, but the attack speed aura should allow him to eventually just set this back. Problem with this for Kilyadi, he's only now getting the other sacred site. And that is finally going to be the Governor Ook. I was expecting it sooner. Additional levels coming in, so it's going to be red brick bastions. So this is what I meant by it takes a lot of effort to get these things online. He spent 400-ish stone to begin with, then he has to spend another 700 stone to get it to the health of a standard castle. That's pretty damn pricey. And that's gold as well, right? He's going to need 200 gold along that. I wonder if he'll go all the way. So remember, he'll have that final tier now. There you go. Yeah, it's thank you. I saw it said in chat. 50% more health and 50% reinforcements. He is, and we're getting Eye of Sauron. Cursive Aliyah is an interesting one, guys. It's per fort, and what it does is it reduces the attack speed of anything attacking the keep. So essentially crippling the trebuchet's kill point. This is so expensive, though, what he's doing. Remember, he has to use stone to repair these things. Flash coming in. Then an arm switch over, but the trample! Raider elephants go in, and the immediate hit! Oh my god, he may have just griefed his trebs. What a hit! Kilyadi! Elephanto fun time for real here. And there it is. Eye of Sauron now complete. The glorious glow. So this is now crippling the attack speed. It's offsetting network of citadels. Dive in. Raider elephants have been mostly cleared though. Kilyadi has spent a lot on this push. He's got the immediate warriors coming. It takes so long to get these fort improvements as well. It's another minute's wait. Kilyadi just munching through the stone to keep this alive. A lot of Raider elephants lost. Gully's just got better food income. That's the real big problem here for Kilyadi. He doesn't have any real farm cluster set up. It's just this one here. Bakara is doing the best it can. 240 food income a minute. But the ponds are going to start running dry soon. We've almost got the upgraded Emir Warriors. The problem, guys, he's got none. He's just got one. Oh, God. Looks like he's running out of time fast as well. Keep fire is somewhat helping. New, fresh Emir Warriors going to be able to come out soon. Spoon and placement also queued up. But the archers, the crossbows, they're in trouble. He just invested so much in this. Oh, my God. 1,050 stone in upgrades. Down the drain. He put everything on this castle. And it's coming all crumbling down. That's it. That's breakpoint. I think that is all Gully really needed. Keep has failed him. He's got additional upgrades coming in. Shahi was behind this. And the Sewan. That's not really going to matter much. This is just him in desperation mode trying to invest the stone somewhere. These folks, this is looking grim. More farms coming in behind, but... You thought you could farm more than Ingerland? Clearly you've never driven through the countryside, sir. Ollie. Another fort bites the dust. It's a cool idea, but like you see what I mean about Tuklakabad forts. It's sad because clearly the devs wanted you to interact with it, wanted it to be the focus point, but it's such an expensive investment. It's powerful, sure, but you know, even the resources aside, the timing to get there. You have to build this fort, which takes a long time, takes as long as a TC to build. And then on top of that, you need to upgrade it twice to make it comparative to a real fort. And then more than that, to actually get it to its full power of the compound defenders. It's just such a big time investment. Wingard Palace coming in. Gully feeling no pressure at all. Kilyadi just trying to get more cav. It's his only hope is maybe just try to flank raid here because your opponent does have a lot of economy. Good connect. We'll find him out in the gold. I ain't got no clue about this game, but I can see this must have hurt Kilyadi. I mean, it's a painful one. He put a lot into that key. The idea is cool, but you see the weakness of Ajma. Ajma is ridiculous once you have all of the warriors summoned, but getting Emir warriors out requires time. So, like, the counterplay, if you're already on the crossbows, just keep attacking him. Don't let him reach a core count. I can't believe this, man. I never, ever get to see the Eye of Sauron in 2 Clap games. And now we're seeing multiple eyes. That is its official name, by the way. It's just, you know, the devs, like, they didn't want to get sued by Tolkien's family, so they chose to call it Curse of Aliyah. But if you have a look, it is very, very clearly an Eye of Sauron. Like, I think we can agree this is pretty damning proof. You know what? They should have actually just made it even less subtle and had it give you an increase on vision as well. Gully, oh god, we've been here before. Why no heal elephants? A, he doesn't have Dome of Faith. B, they lose their value when you go deeper in the game. Healing is good, really powerful, in fact, early on. It tends to fall off later on in the game. Unless you have, like, War Elephant strats. You need very chunky units for healing to remain viable in the mid-game and the late. He's still taking stone. Few Raider Elephants gonna make it in. Kigali says, I ain't dead yet. Look at me go. There's still more stone on the map. Wait, what are we... Oh, I see. Ashman warriors are actually orcs? That's kind of believable. They just spawn out of the ground out of nowhere. And they get weak when they get away from the influence of Sauron. Yeah, no, you're right. Like, legit, Emir warriors are basically orcs. Not the human offspring ones, right? Not Saruman's army. Because those ones could be away from home. These are purest orcs. Oh, God. Guys, that's a castle, by the way. They're so weak when they're not upgraded. Raider Elephant's going to spring to action. Thinking about it. And Kilyadi does have the number advantage right now. He definitely has more castles, guys. As we know, the greatest lord is the one with the most keeps. Still has 4 of them. In fairness, I mean, he has at least got good ability about the Tower of Victory by going Raider Elephants. Gives them a big buff on their attack speed. Don't know if it's going to be big enough, though. And we get the trample! Big boy included. Ba-dum, straight to the siege. You can't stop them. Oh, he may have trampled a bit too early there, though. Still connects on the back line. Kilyadi says, I'm not dead yet. No, surely not. There's no way. He combos it all. All siege gone. Oh, man, you got to respect the corners on him. He's still kicking. 8 seconds to a follow-up trample. The problem is the men-at-arms. Like, once you're at the men-at-arms, that's the big stopper for him. Can he break through them? We got his crossbows trying to make short work of them. Good snipe there. Go straight after the outpost to get rid of the aura. Gully, he's remaxed already, though. Like, this is the problem. Keep in mind, just a moment ago, Kilyadi had double the military up at 70 pop. And now they're neck and neck. I don't think you can just eco this out now. I mean, it's so difficult. You're playing up against an Imperial army. And true Imperial units. Rangers even joining the fray. Aragorn has arrived to make sure the orcs never rise again. And Kilyadi will know it is time to throw in that towel and give the GG. It's not going to be a free sleep or sweep. Gully will not go easily into that Dark Knight. His English pick continues to prove his most powerful dish to serve. Well, guys, I think we saw why people don't play Tuklak at Battlefields. I don't know, man. I wanted to believe. I can't be the only one. It's like, yes, surely this is the one. English 2TC too good. GG comes through. All right, guys, I guess it's back to heal elephants. Why are we trying to evolve what works? Maybe one day the lack of bad thoughts will be the way. But that way is not today. GG comes in. 1-1 score. Look like Kilyadi had to win the bag. Yeah, the problem is, like, if you're not doing English damage, they keep scaling. Just a kind of a scourge at that point. You just can't stop. Oh, pretty sick game, though. Didn't Kiryani write something like Frio? Yeah, like, he said something about Sengoku and Nobei and Frio, so... I mean, but you got to keep in mind, at his age, it's difficult to count. Have you ever seen, like, an old lady trying to count pennies? They always get, like, 5 pennies deep, and then they restart, and you have to help them. So you got to keep that in mind with him. All right, so next game. One sec. I like it when someone wants you, like, send them over a list of your creators. And like, okay, but we've sent you, like, a rate already. Can you tell us if that rate works? Because then based on that rate, we'll know if we can recommend the other creators on our roster. And, like, they don't confirm whether that rate worked or not. It makes my job managing influencers much more bull-defying and goddamn annoying. And what is up, Cameron? That's not annoying there. Thank you very much. I do see you the sub. Sorry for the delayed response. We're kind of knee-deep in an Elephant Fanto fun game. Appreciate it, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. It does help. And also tomorrow, I don't think you're going to want to miss a second of the weird content we got planned. And yes, winner will play against Vortex. Yeah, originally we were going to start a little bit earlier, but we couldn't, bless him, because Gully was at school. Oh. Good to go. Ugh, getting pinged about all kinds of things. I'm still trying to get a hold of my Logitech person as well. What did it say? Let's say they're busy with something. Don't see it now. Ugh. I hate school so much stupid things. Yeah, but if you don't have a better idea what to do with your time, then you should be there. Most people are like, I don't want to go to school. That's like, I mean, okay, if you got a plan. A lot of people don't, though. Karate Micro is like when the Vietnam War veteran who can barely walk has a PTSD episode and suplexes someone. Right? You're like, this old man, he can't make moves. And then all of a sudden your arm is broken, you're on the floor. Where did that come from? Dude, my throat's really dry, actually. Holy crap. He says, and then drinks caffeine, which doesn't help with dry throat, by the way. It's kind of counterproductive when you've got dry throat. That's why I always say, like, balance energy drink with water. All right. Y'all ready for this? An appropriate pick for a man as old as the Han Dynasty itself. Kilyadi has discovered China. Remember, he said on a LAN, this is his #1 civ and you should ban it against him. Now, at the time, he was kidding, but could he actually be serious now? I mean, it'd be quite the turn of events, wouldn't it? Kilyadi, a man who hates late game, who hates long games, Finally admitting Chinese into his arsenal, going up against Gully Deckle, a kiddo. Could be his great-great-grandkid, playing against him as the Ayabids. One and all, welcome back to the channel for Alopecia time. That's right. If you guys are looking at this map currently and resonating with it too much while rubbing your head, ha 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 ha. But also, I'm so sorry. It's a problem coming for all of us. Well, I mean, when I say all of us, I don't mean me because, I mean, unlike chat, like my hair is very, very thick and staying. But, you know, I'm sure some of you are struggling through this right now. I just want you to know that I don't want to say I empathize with your problem. Having hair, I don't know how. Sorry, it's much better if I just do this, as I said. Yeah, I don't want to say that I empathize with your problem right now because, like, having all this hair, I don't really understand. But, you know, I hope it works out for you. Maybe you look attractive bald. Great time to find out. Anyway, into the game. China versus IU. Ayabids can't stop the change. Like, I'm not sure about that. I think if both these civs get late game, Ayabids is surprisingly effective in late game. You know, they've got laser camels. They got Schmeagles, the Gullums. They're really tanky. They actually have like a decent roster of units in late game. Usually the challenge is getting your economy there. That's where most people write off China as like one of the best civs. Really, it's the economy that gets them there and then gets them to usually what would be too expensive of units. Your hair was also thick with 25, 26. By 31, the corners are gone. Oof. I feel bad for you. Also, thank you if that was a comparison thing. So you think I'm 25 or 26? Because I'm not. I'm actually older than 31. Wait, what? Oh my god. All right, this might actually make Kilyadi lose all that hair. Trade Wing Bazaar. Gully's going for the Bizarro build. I am so here for this. So guys, remember, this is RNG Wing. You either win the game or lose the game. It's just like, this is just basically you playing roulette in Age of Empires is the easiest way to describe this. Because you will get choices every X minutes. And you can't even guarantee the choices are good. The choice menu actually comes in here below where our chat is. But like, because no one ever does this, we never end up getting rid of that chat window because it's such a rare landmark. Usually the info here is kind of pointless. Look, like usually the info will be, oh crap, I don't think I got a scene set up for it. It will just be like you see that? Look, it'll just be like, oh wow, look. You can see the amount of houses he's built. It's really redundant info. But we actually might have to make way on this one. Wait, I sound 20 or 21? Goodness. Yeah, I think that's... I don't know if I've been called that young recently. I'll never forget the time on a Dota 2 event where... Like, I was on the event with a guy called T Governor. And there's a few other people. And we asked the makeup artist to guess our ages. And she guessed me to be the youngest. And bless him, T Governor, who actually was the youngest, she thought by far was the oldest. Oh, dude. I had to laugh at it. It was too funny. But I think he was like 22 or 23 at the time, and she thought he was 34. Poor guy. All right, here we go. RNG. Oh, no. This is why you don't do it. He got double stone. No, you don't 2TC this, right, chat? There's no way you 2TC against China. China's probably pro skying or all-inning. And because it's Kilyadi, it's probably an all-in. Yeah, he's got 15 sheep. He can just send it. Oh, sorry, he got double Bedoin. Okay, so he did get something. He got double Bedoin skirmisher. But like getting double stone, only one Bedoin is pretty bad. If it had at least been food, for example, then that's decent because you can just buy the food and then you're on your way. Is at least going to get some value out of it? He's going to, what, double outpost here with the stone? So, like, you can see what the plan is. Gully wants to get castle. That's 2 fortified outposts. That's true. But you would much rather have had double Bedoin scum. Because, like, my other concern here is legit... Kilyadi's the type of player to open with rams. The outpost being fortified isn't the biggest deterrent to him, I don't think. 2TC's not the move? Nah, you don't 2TC. But like to the point, like, you'd rather have had one stone charge and that's it. He got stone and wood just sitting there that's not getting used, right? So we'll probably see him just wait 90 seconds and then flip it. I think if he had not been gathering wood, it could have been good because then he could have bought the wood to get the outpost and then the stone and like you have the whole flow. It's just really hard to get the RNG you're looking for with Bazaar. Considering that you get 4 tickets and there's 6 choices. I mean, upside, he at least didn't get traders, which would have been literally the worst possible thing on this map. That's another weird thing to me, is like he chose Tradewing Bazaar on a map that doesn't have trade. So like if you do roll traders, there's never, ever, ever at any point in the game a reason why you'd want to use them. Hey, what's up, Jack Leo? Appreciate the subs, by the way. Thank you very much. Welcome, welcome, folks, to the Swarm. Okay, and Pro Scouts is coming in. This has become a lot more popular for China, by the way, is like going for Pro Scouts on a delay. Just not rushing it. I will say, actually, like, what kind of looked disastrous for Gully is looking better because of that, though. Because now it's just going to turn into a castle race between the two. So he could still RNG up with 24 seconds out of a choice. A real choice. Guys, if he gets, like, food and Bedouins, I'm going crazy. What does he go as well? Probably growth or maybe industry. All right, here we go. Here comes the choice. Here comes the choice. Okay, he gets skirmishes. With wood, that's pretty good, actually, for attack timing. Because you can try to stockpile more gold, buy wood, and then have extra production buildings, I guess. The tricky part, though, is, if I remember correctly, they never fixed it. So now, if he techs, he won't be able to use the charges until the tech completes. I don't think they ever changed that, which sucks. By the way, has anyone else noticed how we've literally seen no attempts at all to fix Tradewing to be reliable? Oh, thank you. Glad you enjoyed the casting, man. We've been doing it now, like, I mean, casting's career for like over half a decade. I'm getting old. It's such a Kill-Yadi move, by the way. I feel like most players would have just went castle with this. Not him. Is he going to try to break the gold as the tech is halfway? Because Gully's ready to rock and roll, and he goes logistics. Wow. Okay, no industry. No growth. Straight loggy. He might actually struggle to survive what's coming here, folks. Yeah, Kill-Yadi, he's blobbing pretty big, pretty fast. Has he already got siege engineering as well? That's a pretty big deal to break this type of position. No. Okay, so he needs to skip forward to that, and then probably double ram for the break. Still feels tricky though. Like, it's very slow because he hasn't even started building the rams yet, and your opponent's already halfway, almost there to the tech. Just Golden Gate, but bad. But it's not bad if you get Bedouins. If you get a bunch of Bedouin skirmishers, you just win the game. That's the thought process. Challenge is getting it. But poke in. Skirms are unguarded though. So I can't believe this is the defense force right now, guys. Yeah, they're not that great against archers, remember? Because although there's no tag issue, like actually they technically counter archers, they don't have much ranged armor. So just on their own, they can be a bit underwhelming. If your opponent is blobbing archers. Bazaar should give 1 tick of everything and have its niche. Yeah, I can kind of see that. But then, like, what about the RNG? You know, you want to feel like you're at the casino. Wait, Kill-Yadi's actually still going, by the way. He's Rama clocking. Come on. What? Isn't that kind of perfect. Double Bedouin. She's the Camel Lance instead. Doesn't actually prime them at all. Dive's going to come in, but remember, it's dervishes now. Archers are going to be able to start denying it. One dervish down. Dives past. Koyadi, he's starting to find the hits he needs. That's already 5 worker kills. The Rams, he's only got 1. So it's going to be a bit of a slow burner, but he's idling economy. Gully, 15 workers not working. Oh my god, and new ones just rallying into the mess. Camel Lancers coming out. Heavily outnumbered Camel Lancers. Dervish are going to spring to action, but the Archers can snipe that down. Goes for the target fire. Kilyadi will be able to deny another one. So only 1 Dervish left. And teching behind. I can't back him on this horse race, man. Kilyadi is eventually going to get cleared. But he's made it worth it. 10 eco lead. He's tech up not far behind. Also, Gully losing all the value of going Loggy Wing. He hasn't got a single dervish. This will at least get shivved down, so at least that's not another concern for now. But the concerns are going to come in fast. Supervision is there. Camel Lancers may be a threat, but there's going to be plenty more Lancers when they pump out this fast. 14 seconds for heavy cav to hit the field. All right, guys. This is one of those serious warnings about gambling. Okay, gamble responsibly. Don't bet the house. All right, only what you can afford to lose. Which is problematic because Gully may not be able to afford a loss like this. He done the gamble play when he wasn't ahead. When we see this, it's often when you're 2 games up because that's the type of situation where it's like, oh, I'm dropping 1,000 at the roulette table and I can afford that because I earn 10,000 a month. That type of feeling to it. This is more like Gully walked up the table. He's like, all right, I make like 4,000 every 3 months. I'm gonna bet 4,000 at the table. Like, are we gonna be able to pay the bills after this? Are we gonna freeze through the winter? Kind of trickling troops into this. Spearman able to just shove away the Cam Lancers. It just feels like he hasn't got a solution to the Lancers coming in from Kilyadi now. Yeah, Bedouin skirmish is not going to do it. Bedouin melee, the swordsman, like they're okay, but they're not crazy either. Not just that, I think Gully is officially out of reliable food access. Even these berries are about to expire. Left side is getting risky already. Kilyadi will need to slow down just temporarily. He has got crossbow and spear now coming. In fact, he could probably take out both these cams. Yeah. Oh, that's a bad fight for Gully. We'll get one of the Camel Lancers away. I'm just kind of surprised Kilyadi didn't try to sneak relics. I mean, doesn't really need it, but I think he's far enough ahead that he could do it if he wanted to. Remember, hybrids are a tempo, so it doesn't really feel that tempo oriented right now. I'm wondering where the weak point is. I mean, Kilyadi, is he going to be out of gear soon? Not really. He's still able to go back for these ones too. Just a bit distracted right now. Scouts aren't going for it. But that's kind of cool. You don't see it that often at the moment, but veteran horseman play is really crafty here. Able to just trade it efficiently. Caught the crossbow switch from Gully. Pushes it back towards archers, but I mean, the archers are struggling to actually clear before they get cleared themselves. And remember, these horsemen, they've already got 4 ranged armor. They don't give a crap about your town center. Oh my god. And I wondered where they were. The Camel Lancers. They're not even raiding? Like, bro, your job is to go kill workers. No, I think, you know what? Like, my camel just eyeballed a horse, and he really hates horses. So when he sees a horse, he has to attack it. That's not the plan, but he really hates horse. Okay. Can you kill the horse quickly? I think so. Because camels, as we know, are statistically much faster than horses when they get in charging range. Wait, what? Why specifically charging range? Because they really hate them that much. I think the camels are getting too distracted. They've definitely got too distracted. Okay, this looks pretty conclusive. It's not just food now, it's gold. Everything is getting unsafe. Kilyadi, he always loves to put his opponent in an unsafe position to exploit the weakness to the fullest. Hits into the berries, finds another worker kill. And now it's just a shuffle and a cruise over towards that gold. We do finally have Gully rotating with his own lances. The question now is it going to be too late? Yeah, it's way too late, guys. He actually just calls it. Do not gamble with your lives. Instead, subscribe to my stream. It's much, much less costly, and you do get something out of it. Maybe. Depends whether you like watching me and hate ads. Oh, dear. All right. Gamba Wing takes the knee. I know, it's a shocking world. I can't believe it. Disgusting, really. What can I gamble with? Points. And this is the point. If you're subscribed to the channel, you have more Gamba points, which means you're using less of your pigeon feed net worth than you would if you weren't subscribed, because you'd be able to statistically build up more pigeon feed. Therefore, you are less likely to bankrupt yourself with pigeon feed. The numbers speak for themselves. Was B playing last week with Ayus? Trying to remember now. What were we referring to? Wasn't it just a dervish build in feudal, I think? Oh, wait, no. You're talking about the industry wing growth one. Where he beat Vortex in one of the games. Alright, so we're heading into, what, Dry Arabia. Otto versus Byzantines. We actually might get a 5-game series, guys. Nothing to do it because never enough bets. I'm going to have to figure out some new Gamba, aren't I? Some new crap for you guys to wager on. Oh, with the new content arcs, I think there'll be options on the table. I just have to come up with new things to redeem. I think some older things might have to go away. Alright. Oh, I forgot to put a point up, didn't I? Oops. Let's do that now. Are we about to see a 5-game series? Ottomans are back on top, baby, and that may mean that we're about to even Stevens this one. Gully Decker with the Otto pick, one of the youthful members of the AoE4 competitive scene, up against the relic of the Age of Empires 4 esports scene. Kilyadi, you know, walks around with a Zimmer frame, poops into a glossy bag, still writes in Latin, is here with the Byzantines to try and slay it in 4. To book himself a date up against Vortex in the grand finals. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Map is going to be Dry Arabia. What do you guys think of this matchup recently? I think Byzantines versus Ottomans has been a pretty polar back and forth one for the last, 2 years. For a long time, actually, we did have that historical inaccuracy of why are the Ottomans not winning this? But more recently, I feel like actually we've seen Ottomans taking the dub quite reliably. Yeah, they're all in timing. They've got a very strong feudal age, whereas Byzantines don't really rely on their feudal anymore. They rely on their castle. So that difference really, I think, hurt Byzantines' win percentages. There was a time where the Merc count got high way too fast. But another big change is Ottoman players aren't scared of using Sipahi anymore. Yeah, they were the biggest cowards going once upon a time. You know, you'd build this very expensive Sipahi. Sipahi are very expensive as a unit, and it kind of felt like you were playing... Imagine you've got this very expensive card that you bought. You don't really want to drive it, do you? You don't want to get it scratched or dented or anything. You're like, I'm going to keep this at home where it's safe. That's how Sapahi play started to really feel for a long time. But then people realize, oh, wait, wait, hold on a sec. Guys, this is an off-road Porsche. Yeah, with the roll cage. It can take a being. All of a sudden, you weren't treating it like a Ferrari that can only do 10,000 miles. You got some real treatment. Not just that, it's also, it kind of felt like with the Imam strat we've been having recently, Ottoman's essentially got an auto repair. Their insurance covered all the dents. So Spim and Spam going to be leading into an outpost rush. All right, Gully, I love this. He's just trying to outdo Kilyadi's aggression. KP, how much money YouTube delivers per 1K views on your channel? So the amount of money that a creator will earn, it has a bunch of variables behind it. In the gaming sphere, I'd say you earn between $7.5 and probably $12.5 per 1,000 views. Let me do the calculations here. So we earn about £4.10. To put that into USD for you, so like we're probably earning about like $5.5 per 1,000 views. Because the CPM, like the value on YouTube is typically about it's in the $15 to $25 range. But YouTube takes, I think it's 55% or 45% of that. So then you get what's left. CPM is cost per mil, i.e. cost per 1,000 views. So Grand Winery coming in. And this feels like it might end up being quite costly for Kilyadi to try to get rid of. Gully did go 4 Spearmen, so he'll have a good enough garrison force. But yeah, and that metric, like I said, it varies. So there'll be some gaming creators that'll be getting like $12 per 1,000 views, for example. Gully now with the Madrasa. Timing's going to be worse, but obviously the trade-off is Kilyadi can't do anything with his Grand Winery. Did he see the output? I mean, I think he did. Rack's going to be coming. So you can actually just stack a bunch of Limitane to try and clear this. It's not the worst idea, actually, considering you're expecting Ottomans to go Sipahi anyway. So you will need Spearmen. I'd say normally you feel content about like 6 or 7 spears. Just because there's obviously going to be spears jumping out the tower to poke at you as well. Like, technically, if you optimize this, what can work really well for DPS, for Gully, is that you wait for arrow fire, ungarrison, stab, re-garrison, shoot again to maximize your damage output. A lot of players don't want to go to that extra, like, little mile because it's a bit weird and funky sometimes. Also has a risk to it. Gully already on the stone now, so we'll be looking towards the military school timing. I love that. Kyrill's like, okay, that's fine. You know, you haven't really got units right now, so I'm just going to go and take the other food. And then when I need it, I'll come back and deal with this. I wonder, is Gully going to go for fortifications too? Would make sense. You probably want arrow slits and fortifications just so your spearmen can move. But the reason fortifications make sense is when you make outpost rushes like this, your number one concern is that they're going to burn down the tower. Boom, there you go. It's coming in. Yeah, and it seems pricey, right? Like, I've built this outpost for 100. Now I'm going to spend 100 extra and 100, 150 extra in total for your arrow slits. If you think about the investment already, it's not that crazy, considering how much you sacrifice to do this. If it keeps it alive twice as long as it otherwise would, it's not a bad investment. Yeah, I will say YouTube's ad rev split is a lot more generous than Twitch, at least, though. Which is why you probably find, like, if someone has similar sizing on YouTube and Twitch, they're probably prioritizing a lot more on growing their YouTube. Which already makes sense for, like, discoverability and everything. Wait, are we really just doing spear spam on spear spam? Uh-huh. intriguing choice from Gully. He has got the imams, though, so he can win that fight. But Kilyadi has the right idea. He's rushing an outpost up. Spears do intercept. Love this. Moving with it. Just trying to outdo the healing. Actually catches the imams. Gully, no! Panic run. Panic run. He can't heal this now. That was disgusting. Gully over-focused on protecting his spearman, neglected the most important part of this strat. Imam down to 10 HP. Make it 2. This guy can never show his face again. I'm not even sure he's going to make it back. And rest of the case is gone. So no healing, a waste of the Imam point. You know, some YouTubers are only making around 1 USD. So that'll come down to a few different things. So for example, that'll come down to like where the audience is located. That'll come down to the average view duration. That'll also come down to things like, that sounds like a shorts rate to me. Actually, that's lower than a shorts rate, higher than a shorts rate, I think. But there's loads of things that matter for that. So like, what kind of will blow your mind is when you realize that's what I make, but the majority of our audience is European and American. It's kind of wild that it's actually not higher from YouTube side. And then the other thing is also a niche. So for example, the rate you just quoted there isn't surprising for a music channel. Yeah, believe it or not, music doesn't make a lot off of ads at all. Which makes sense when you think about it a bit deeper, because people aren't focusing when they're watching music content. That's probably the least attention given, because like you play music in the background. Kilyadi, oh my god, it might be time for Gully to face the music. This is a heavy hit. Remember, Kilyadi's able to both buff himself up with the systems behind this. Not many right now, but he'll get there now. And he's also just slowing down Gully's timing into things like the blacksmith decks. But Kilyadi's happy as can be. Already has his first Lombo group coming. I want to consider our blacksmiths. He is sneaking the stone as well, so we'll get additional levels coming in soon. Yeah, just like that as well. For example, finance YouTubers make probably the most on average for multiple reasons. Like people are paying the most attention when they're watching those type of videos typically because like they want to learn how to make money or whatever. And also it just makes money. Like, you know, it makes sense that things based on making money would be better for advertising in. Because like, for example, if you're watching a stock investment video, that's telling sponsors that you have money that you want to spend. So they now want a way of getting their hands on that money you want to spend. Spinman. Nice find, actually. Kilyadi not reacting. This is the problem, guys. You know, Kilyadi sometimes would be on top of the world playing a great game, and then all of a sudden he just gets flashbacks to World War II. He's in the trenches again, and he just loses focus. It's what the age does to you, man. Are your numbers also working for YouTube streams? Yes. The calculation I gave you on my CPM is based on my collective viewership from the last 28 days, which is actually statistically majority live. Most of my views come from live streams. Burn coming through. Kira Siphon very effective at this, so he's going to get access to the berries again. Unboxing videos and product reviews? Can be. Tech does quite well, yes. But like when you're talking about unboxing, that'll often be different. That won't be the CPM necessarily. That can be more focused on a product producer paying you to do a sponsored piece. So Kilyadi, we have got systems now starting to scale, right? Like he should be able to get to level 4-5 pretty quick. I don't think Gully's dead right now, but he needs to do something. He's poking him with a stick for that little gift. The berry's already been tapped. It's now Grand Winery berry, so Kilyadi could easily get up to 15 Lombos, which is a scary point. However, Gully, we know how good this unit is. Sapahi can break everything in a big feudal fight. I think that has to be the key concern for Kilyadi. A player who usually likes to be the attacker is probably going to be stuck defending for a while now. You need a big win in a fight. Because even the idea of just going castle, like unless you've got a decent number of lombos, you're not going to feel safe. Sipahi is so effective because A, their DPS is kind of crazy. B, their range, they have so much reach. Even choke point defenses struggle against them because, you know, normally in this little choke point here, like 2 cav units max be hitting you. Instead, with almonds, it can be 4, maybe 5 sometimes. And they're already better cavalry anyway. Gully now with the creep north. That's going to be a great find. Ooh. Yeah, this is huge, actually. 4-2 gets activated. Quicker burn through. No chance he fortifies in time, so Corey Hardy, he is not losing 5 here. No doubt about it. The archers, there's no quick enough escape. He tries to hide in the corner. Lombo Limitane are now arriving. Gully doesn't back away, though. No, he actually hangs in there with the archers, which shocked me. Yeah, there's no way you're trading well against Limitane. Not this many. Lombo's slowly chasing. He's trying to cut him off. Great raid. Gully now ahead. 4 workers up. So favorite civ? I mean, I quite like Japan if I'm going to play the game, yeah. Macedonians can be quite fun on the new civs for me. Classic civs. I mean, I played French quite well. A long, long time ago. When the game first came out, I actually really liked HRE. I like the look of this for Gully, though. Doesn't really have many archers left. Kilyadi just trying to send it. It's a bit ballsy against Mass Sipahi. There's big risks associated with this. He needs to get in a good position fast or get home even faster because look at what's happening. Sipahi, they're moving cross map. Gully, he's going to force it to be a trade. Back across towards the deer location. Gully might even just try to shift towards the primary tree line here. Kilyadi, this has a hell of a lot of risk with it. But the problem is that Gully is so slow on the reaction. He's so busy moving everything at home that these guys are taking forever to get into position. Yeah, it's going to take him longer now. Outpost already up. Fortification, the first thing to be on the way, which is going to make his life harder. Dive into the base. He's going to start burning down the houses. Gully moving towards that farm area where the groves have been set up. New wave of longbow spears on the defense. Needs more of them fast, though. New hero siphon being built up as he tries to actively defend and attack. Limitane do get the good brace. Double Sipahi kill. Oh, Gully, no, no. He's just not finding them. He checked the wrong tree line. What a bait and switch. Guys, when you're running in the base like this, even if you have a scout, you can't easily see into those tree lines. He didn't have a scout anyway. So he gets baited to go all the way in just to discover they'd moved to a different castle. Princess wasn't home. Oh dear, Princess, you will have to defend fast. Gully is trying to converge from 2 sides, but the Sipahi wave is big. Hero Siphons going to continue the burn down. Military school definitely going to crumble. Sipahi waiting in the wings. In the stealth forest. Tries to move in here. Longbows to be jumped. It's the spearman that I'm worried about for him. The meta does get lost straight away. Limitane turn around for the brace. They get the snipe. Longbows will get cleared for Limitane also. But the Hero Siphons, they're getting good payday here. That's going to be double military school down. And a new wave coming. Remember, Gully brought everything home. Kilyadi going to keep trying to press this. Does feel a bit dicey though, right? Losing that many spearmen already. Especially the TC dive. This could easily backfire with this many light cav. But Gully needs to be careful not to just 8-click into the spearman. Brace is going to come through. He's going to have to sack the Lombos, but if you can take out half the Sipahi, it will feel worth it. Let's end up just sacking the Limitane first. Pull back by Gully, just trying to microwave the injured first. Villagers get targeted instead. Archer count kept low. He'll hold, but I'm skeptical about the amount of ponies we lost with this. Yeah, especially when you know Olive Grove galore is coming in. Kilyadi is scaling up infinite economy. Gully is still on 10. Oh my god, what? Guys, what is going on here? Marching back across, but remember, Kilyadi's already got 10 spearmen up again, and the wall just in time. Oh, come on. That's brutal. It's going to shift to the north side, but it is a fortified outpost. I can't believe Kilyadi is actually in such a good shape. Considering how high the supply count was, you'd think, like, for the games we watched in the past, chat, this you would have like, oh, this is just over. No coming back from this. Cheek's about to get clapped. But no. Kilyadi, even after losing all the Lombos, which is usually a death sentence for Byzantine feudals. I remember with this many groves, he can gradually now replace the Lombo. I have to be worried about the archers, but oh my god, what the limit reading again? What the this is ridiculous. Half the workers not working. However, the gold workers in a bit of a bind. Kilyadi, a greedy boy, gets discovered in the corner. Wait, what was he doing? Was he trying to go castle? That's way too much gold to make sense of. Golly. Might be the opening he needed. Lombo's going to start moving across now. Sipahi. Oh, God. Calibration clicks, guys. We're just checking that the right click works. Kilyadi is saving, guys. He's going for it. What's interesting is at this stage in the game, because both of you lost so much army, Golden Horn Tower gets a lot of value because it remaxes your army fast. Does have to be careful, though, because I think Gully still has one really good swing left in him here. You know, he's full on just winding up like Falcon Punch. But actually, no, it's more like a, you know what it is? It's a Donkey Kong power punch. He's charging up, he's winding his arm. Just gotta be careful not to get too close. Gotta try and fake him out. Get him to go for the swing, but then come out with no hit. Actually, it doesn't work in Smash, because in Smash, it doesn't put him. Damn it. We were hopeful. Uh-oh. Kilyadi might be finding his Hadouken here. Golden Horn Tower now on the way. I'm starting to think Gully missed the window. It's such a small window as well, you know? It's almost like a cat flap. It's easy to miss. Because remember, Kilyadi, he has 20 spearmen, and Limitane will upgrade fast with the level 3 Dialecticus. So we better get spearman upgrade in, and I think it's about 40 seconds. And the Gully Scatterbrain score was 3-2. It was a tight series. That's on what's in the patch tonight. Nothing. It's just a UI update. Actually, no, that would be huge. Capture Age update, Pog. Gully's at least positioning well for this, but the problem is there's a little bit of hesitation. He's not finding a target. Which means veterancies will complete. Yeah, not just that. Golden Horn Tower go not as quick as it normally would. As he's only got the level 3 system. This is taking him, what, 2.5 minutes? So that's the upside, at least for Gully. It's like, this isn't the Giga Broken Golden Horn Tower timing. In fact, you could argue it's pretty underwhelming for 21 minutes to only be level 3 system. Yeah. Why has Kilyadi not system more? He's got enough stone to cap out. So it's a bit weird that he hasn't. Especially considering, like, some of his farms... Oh, no, they are just about going to be buffed. But he could have easily buffed the back gold, the deer. Never did. One outpost now being sieged. Lombos are going to step up first. Archer blob, fairly big. Now it has its work cut out for them. The veteran, the Matane, do not die fast. And also, they could not burn through this fast enough. The Matane get the gap closed, scares Scully away. That means outpost can be repaired. Kilyadi gets the strong defense, and now I'm becoming skeptical. Military lead gone for Gully. He is going for a tech, though. However, at this stage, he doesn't have much food left. Can't eat the Pumbaa. Turns out Ottomans are really big fans of Lion King. They wouldn't do that to him. So this is going to get more passive production going there. Mehmed now on the way. Cataphracts as well. Interesting. I think Gully has a clutch up here with the Janissaries, but it's so tricky to execute because of the Lombo count. However, it might be necessary. I think what you're looking for here is Gully is you hunker in your base. When the dive comes in, wait for the Cataphracts to trample, and then summon the Janissaries. We get a live reading of patch notes. Only if there's time between games. Otherwise, why would we prioritize that over Grand Final? Teardrops is a big problem. Veterancy is not going to come in fast for Gully either. It's a long minute's wait here. Potentially a minute too long. Kilyadi, he already has 20 Lombos in the Ottoman base. And the burn through, he goes straight for the schools. It's the Lombos alone chasing as well. I mean, this should be the fight you've been looking for. Difficult to gap close, though. Limitane going to move across now. Gully still needs another 30 seconds. Villagers, where are they going? What? I don't even understand right now. Janissary's point has been summoned. They're being ignored, though. The Lombos, they're going after workers. Finally switches over. Starts to snipe them down. They're gone. And so is Gully. A valiant effort. But your grand finalists are known, and it will not be the kiddo. It's Old Man versus the Bull. Kilyadi versus Vortex for your grand final showdown. Oof. A valiant effort. But in the end, an undeniable outcome. Mr. Kilyadi will book himself a day up against Vortex. A day that should be starting momentarily. So I believe they're going to be getting in on the draft now. Still, that's the new best, I believe, for Gully. I think this is the first time he's made semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken. Or if he did before, I think it was 3-0. So he's got that positive. And I think Kilyadi, is this his best? He might have been in grand finals once before. Maximum twice. Old Man versus Vortex. Yep. Old Man versus the Bull. And the draft, folks, is already underway. So let's get this reset. Let's get Civ Draft set up. Reminder, best of 7. Every map can appear. Draft is now on your screen. Kilyadi managed to get Sengoku. Wait a second. Hold up. What's that Civ pick doing in our drafts? Huh? Rogue? You're back? Wait, where'd you go? You were getting some corn? Okay. I think for your own credibility, we won't dive deeper into that. We won't borrow that whole. Wait, poor choice of words. Nope, we stand by them. What was I going to check? Oh, that's right, it's been pinged there. Nothing against Aussie, but I think he could have scheduled his tournament outside the KPM on final day. I mean, yeah, like I've been over this. It just requires a bit of communication. I'm easy to reach. And it's also just like if you're clocking, like if you look at Reddit, I think on any Thursday, like just happen to look at any of them, you would see it. Or if you just look at the Wikipedia, really. I don't know. Like my take is it could have just easily been avoided. He could have just done like Tuesday, Wednesday, or like even if Monday, Tuesday would have been a double clash. So like the transparency from my side is like when I initially glanced at Outback Octagon, I was like, oh, okay, he's only doing Wednesdays. That's gonna be a long day, but okay, you do you. Or maybe it's gonna be like a different format, whatever. And then when it started, I was like, wait, what? Is Thursday 2? Yeah. Like if I'm not mistaken, that also means that like his finals will overlap with my finals, which is like even like yeah, it just continues to be weird. Let's shrug. Do streamers even check with each other? Apparently not. I think my take on this a few weeks back is like, it really should not be difficult. Because I'll bluntly, I don't think mind me saying, Vortex, bless him, because he had a clash the first week, he actually messaged me and said, "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I should have told him put me the other day." I went, "It's not even on you, really. Like, there's a multitude of factors here. Like, they should have just been avoidable from the get go, if people just communicated." But and then like I'm not 2 weeks or whatever into the Outback Octagon and then going to shift my format for like 2 to 3 weeks and then shift it back again. It's not worth the calories. Got too much crap going on to like shift the whole house for a week or two. Last second. Yeah. Well, I'm saying in the stream, she's always talking to other streamers in terms of overlapping. Yeah, me and Wellman communicate all the time on this stuff. Like, do you guys remember there was only 2 people running pre-content DLC show matches? It was me and Wellman, and we coordinated. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna run?" Like, I reached out to her because I saw something about her doing it. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna do show matches as well?" She's like, "Yeah." She's like, "I thought you saw me mention on the stream." It's like I wasn't in the stream at that moment, but great. Who you using? So I don't use them at the same time, and maybe we don't overlap or whatever, and we sort it out. But like this, if you think about it, there's like 5 tournament organizers, right? Is it 5? So you've got EGC, Rising Empires, me, Warman, Drongo, and you got Red Bull as well, right? So you got 6. I'd say that's the mainstays, isn't that? That's the 6 constants there. No offense to anyone who's like running extra stuff, but I'm talking like either do very regular content or you're doing like S/A tier tournaments or whatever. I don't know. We should literally just have a Discord that is just those 6, and we just communicate when our tournaments are. It should be like so simple, really. But we don't. Now that I think about it, like Warman set up a Discord, but it became like the Steel Series events notification one, and it was also like it's not just the tour organizers, it's all the players and everything else, right? I'm just talking about like even just a group chat maybe would have worked for us. We're like, "Hey guys, I'm doing these events here," and then we're sorted. Is KPMM the most watched tournament circle if we're counting the whole year? I think it would be closer than expected. I'm not sure if I'd say most watched, because if you correlate, especially if you correlate like EGC's data with Gotaga's presence, they probably still win out. But I'd say it's more competitive than you'd think. All right, so game 1, you picked it back, dude. It's such a toss-away pick. It has to be. I haven't seen one Abasa game that didn't feel like it was a throwaway pick. I think he's just trying to warp the draft a bit. I had 530 hours watching KP this year. EGC wasn't even live for 100 hours. That's fair, but I think like when you're talking about the most watch, you then have to calculate the averages. The statisticals there matter a lot. So then you got EGC's live streams on YouTube as well as their Twitch. Then you've got like the videos. So that's what I mean. Yeah. Yeah. I think KPMM would be. I treat this as basically like the equivalent of the regular NBA season. Damn, to defone it with that big. Like I think for some people it's a big thing, but I think you can never discredit or or underestimate rather the amount of people who just don't know this exists, but they know that EGC does because EGC was like a legacy channel they started following at the start of AOE4, and thus when the pings go out, they see it, or they're always thinking about EGC tournaments. So when they see one's active, they start looking for it again, but they only look for that, right? So average viewer numbers for KPMM, 200 Twitch and 100 on YouTube. I think we're like 250 over the last 30 days, I want to say. Yeah, 255. And then YouTube's probably like 120? 130 maybe? Yeah, there was a time where KPMM, like, I remember the start of the year, it was kind of weird. Start of the year, we were actually, like, it was grow. It was going up to like 4, 5, then 600. And I was like, what the hell? Combined. And then it just gradually went down again. I don't know. But like I'm having a look now. Analytics, content. Have a look at live. So the average concurrent for YouTube is 132. And it peaked at 306. Did that include? I think that included some really low ones when we done Anno, or that might have actually been purged. I think it's been long enough. Listen to a German AOE2 podcast, and even they know about KPMM. Really? That's pretty cool. Well, like there was like Daniela, for example, from Age of Empires 2. She took inspiration. She has like I think she went with Midweek Madness or something, but like she was saying that she was heavily inspired by what we done. Because I remember she added me at the time. So like they started doing that. I think it's her and Robo. Yeah, 3 times per month. They stopped doing it though. They only done like August and September. I imagine that's quite tricky though, because like if I'm not mistaken, there were other casters that would be casting those. So like especially for her, the awkward part would be that wasn't funded by Microsoft. So the issue you have there is like she would have had to have funded the money only for then a bigger creator to maybe cast the games, and then she just like she doesn't benefit from the viewership as much. That's like one of the big tricky things of these. Like I think I've said this before. If it wasn't for Microsoft money, I probably wouldn't have bothered doing these. Because like I said before, I'd already done a ton of profit. I'd be burning money, and like I've had to ask people before to not watch like a show match I paid for. Because it should be like obvious, even though if it's after it's been cast, like you now going and doing it is like there might be overlap views. In fact, I know statistically looking at like I can tell where people come from and what other channels they watch, there will be overlap viewers. Is that like that's just potential viewers lost, especially if it becomes a habit where like if people expect you like if people expect streamer B to cover the games, then they might just wait for streamer B instead of watching streamer A. Does that make sense? But if they didn't have a choice, they might come and watch stream A. That's right, Stockholm syndrome, baby, holding people hostage. But it is a fair point when like when you're throwing the money yourself. It's a really fair point. When it's Microsoft, it's different because like they're paying for it, so it's just like kind of it's open field. Anyone can do what they want. That's the whole point of a caster. What, to cast any games? My point is like if I was to host show matches each week, right? Like, okay, great example of the scene. It's not happening, but let's say it did happen. Let's say Drongo was to like decide like I'm gonna start casting like KP's now hosting show matches for insert brand every Wednesday. I'm gonna start casting those 2 live, and then people chose to watch him over you. I would be de-incentivized to run that because it's not like Microsoft has fronted the bill. We're talking about an example where I'd front the bill, and let's say the brand was like. Let's say like Drongo was sponsored by like Corsair, and the brand was Logitech for me. Logitech would then come to me like, "Why are we funding this for more people to watch the Corsair sponsor guy?" You see what I mean? Like this is always the complex thing of like open casting and whatever. And this has been a controversial discussion in loads of different scenes. You can like look at Dota for this over the years. Like Dota just had this, and Counter Strike's having this right now. Kick, because I think it's PGL. I think it was PGL. All-Star Ladder, have it like they have a deal with Kick, and they had like I think there was no audio on the panel section on Twitch. Anyway, let's get ready to go. New grand finalists appearing in the KPMM, and they're throwing games already. Why is there an Abbasid pick in our drafts? And why is it in game 1? Oh, this is going to be wild, isn't it? One and all, welcome back to the channel for Grand Final Showdown. Vortex having to defend his champion against the oldest man in Age of Empires 4. That's right. Age versus boldness in an aggro and aggro series. I mean, these are two of the most aggressive players you will find in the entirety of Age of Empires 4. And he kicks off with an Abbasid pick up against HRE. That's kind of crazy. Okay, so we're just talking about like when multiple casters cast someone else's event and how it impacts things. So this is important to respond to. So there's a comment that just came in. It's the same when people do reaction videos, like it's a whole model in itself to reach cast to other content, others' content. I get your pain though. I think that the reaction videos industry, like part of the content sphere, is a very big negative because the majority of reaction videos aren't really reaction videos. They're popcorn and watch the video. And that's it. Like, we all know the XUC meme one, right? Where he, like, gets up, walks out of the room, comes back with the video finished. There are some that provide, like, extra content. Like, we reacted to Voldemar's thing a few weeks back, and I think we spent, like, triple the time on it that he did. But I genuinely, I think the reaction sphere on YouTube and Twitch is killing originality. Full stop. And it is a pristine example of actually, like, an extension of the problem of, like, other people casting someone that's already been cast. Those models will only ever make sense if the person reacting is fronting, is providing some of their earnings to the person who done the original content. That's genuinely where I think that entire industry needs to go long term for it to be sustainable and not just be toxic. And until we move there, I'm always going to have a problem with it. People got to eat. That's the reason why viewers watch them. Well, sure, but like they got to eat. So why can't they provide some money to the people that got to eat too, who are providing them the original content for them to react to? You know, it's kind of like, I guess this goes in balance with whether you are for or against pirating by extension. You can argue that you pirating a game and then playing a game, you're taking their game and playing it a different way, but they still need money to have a game. All right, military wing coming in, by the way. This dog, it has got some value. It only costs him 75 wood to begin with. Oh, and Chapel coming the other side. Like, this is, by the way, a very important discussion right now, actually, in general in content creation, for anyone who knows about He or H3H3 and what they're up to at the moment with some people like Casey Tron. If you guys have not seen the apology, get your pop. My God. Yeah, it's quite ballsy to go for the fishing. I guess he's looking to reclaim at the military wing. Vortex, though, could just rush archery opening. Wait, does that clip both? I don't think so. He could probably lumber camp like here and be a bit inefficient to get the buff gathering rate. Actually, like, Vortex's spawn is really weird. Yeah, usually you get 4 tree lines really close to your base. He got 3 and the other one got pushed behind. That's odd. Yeah, also, like, the gotta, like, you know, reaction creators gotta eat thing really falls apart when you've got, like, a guy who makes millions a year reacting to someone who is trying to grow to make tens of thousands a year. And then the person making millions a year doesn't give anything up to the tens of thousands. You know what I mean? Like, that's when you completely just have already lost the argument, in my eyes. So Spear's being annoying. At least slowing down the goal gathering. What was Kiwiadi looking for here? Did at least get Wheelbarrow. Has got stables coming in. So go for the 1-1-1 composition. You know, you get the Archer's Spearman for free, and then you add in the Horseman for the stables. What is Vortex up to? Is he fast castling? I think he's just FCing. My point is, if you can create a community that go to you instead of the original content creators, then you are doing something right. Okay, granted, but like, if I, for example, if I want an emote on my channel that people want to use that emote and they find it enjoyable, and it's part of the reason why they consider subbing to me, outside the support for me, they love the fact they have that emote. I pay the artists to make the emote. So why aren't React streamers paying the original content holder to get their content? Does that seems reasonable, no? They may be adding something, but without the original point, they couldn't do it. It's like it's such a toxic part of React as a whole video industry, in my eyes. Yeah, these people have great takes and they have ones you resonate with. But like, you know, I mean, the hilarious part is like sometimes these people actually don't have great takes at all. It's the monopoly man bullying the smaller creator, and they already have vast majority viewership that come to them to like watch something. And also we've seen how it can be maliciously exploited, like the H3 example, where they literally, if you guys don't know about this, is a thing. There's a whole subreddit dedicated to planning hate watches so that H3 didn't get the money from his videos being created. So they watched other people instead. So like there's loads of problems with it in its current format. If there was a shared revenue model, it fixes all the problems straight away. And YouTube has actually got the systems to do this technically. Because YouTube, for example, like I'll regularly get it pinged like, oh, by the way, someone has copyright infringed you. And what it'll be is like they were on the Age of Empires main menu, like I was. So they have tracking tech for this stuff. Archers are doing decently in the trade, but it's still going to be ending up pretty pricey considering Vortex's economy is better. He has got the dock back up though. Looks like Vortex is not going to be rushing castle instead. It's going to be a commitment to the age. There's no attribution system, but the thing is there could easily, in a lot of cases, be an attribution system. What is up, Packer? I see you, buddy. I appreciate the sub. All right, Packer, I'm sorry to do this to you, but like every time I say your name, don't be insulted by it, because I'm sure you're a wonderful person. But every time like I hear you like say your name out loud, I think of Todd Packer from The Office. Now, this may, like, depending on how old you are, this may be an accurate representation. I'm sorry. You're a legend. Appreciate it, buddy. 2 years. What a legend. But I just thought about it. As I said out loud, I was like, wait, Todd Packer? This just means if you ever turn up at Wallalow, I'm not accepting cupcakes from you. Okay, so what's Curiosity's win con now? We've got Camelot just coming in. I hope people enjoy these different discussions we have at the start of games, by the way. Like, sometimes it can be a little bit slow starting or getting to something that really needs clear annotation. Like, the reason why Vortex isn't rushing castle is because on a map like this, you're so naked and exposed. You know, you could tell he wasn't going to do it fully when he still didn't have an outpost up when he saw the first horseman. The horsemen of the apocalypse are going to ride in. Shivs are going to come out, which is a bit ambitious against 5 ponies. And good micro. Kyuyati just bypasses. Speed formation switch there, though. As he turned around, he lost all momentum, so he actually stood still for a moment. He had the spin and the wipeout. Yeah, this is Pro Scout Vortex. Now it makes more sense why he's so hard on the gold. I wouldn't be surprised if he rushes castle now. I don't know why I didn't just say this straight away, actually, considering that Vortex has consistently gone to Pro Scouts with HRE. I think every time we've cast him in the last few months. It's always the same thing. Like, it might be different what he builds afterwards, but the Pro Scouts part has held true time and time again. Which is interesting, because I feel like a lot of players have began to switch up towards Mindwork builds as an alternative. Vortex, even getting more aggressive now with his positioning, moving across the map. I like this. He's prepping for castle play while feigning aggro. So he's looking to get Kyuyata to keep investing. Because remember, Bastards suck when they have to tech from behind. They in general, suck in age races. Like, their advantage is if they're behind and they know their opponent's going to be castle, they need to send it with a bigger army or have a better economy. better economy is difficult against HRE, even with the fishing boats. Big pullback. Spear count decent. Remember, he has marching drills, so he can always retreat quicker than Kilyadi's archers can chase. Vortex is going to be forced to add in a few more archers, slowing down his tech timing slightly. I wonder if it's obvious to Kilyadi, though. He hasn't seen any new troops join the formation, so he might be getting a little bit suspicious. Remember what we said, it doesn't feel free to just tech up the Zabasins. Feels like he's actually going to need to do some counter damage here. Vortex just moments away from it. Regnet seems quite likely here. A few players we've seen doing Burgrave at the moment, like with Pro Scouts, it's not a bad idea, but I would wholly expect Regnets. Especially on Himiyama. Gold access can get weird in the mid game because there's no 8k. It's not like you can drop a castle and secure your mid and late game. Moment of truth. Should be able to set it up now as he's retreating back towards base. Regnitz, as expected, coming in. Okay, Kilyadi is going to need to make sure he ooga booga monkey noises it pretty hard here, guys. We don't actually have him prepping for castle at all. He's actually overgathered on gold as well. And oh, the horsemen! They actually find it! The rest of the army's moving up now. There's a lot of other time being forced. Vortex does clear the horsemen in the end. But now he needs to get up ASAP. There's a raid coming in towards the gold location. Vortex will pull away. Good move there with the scout. Actually just kind of slowed down the attack. Ever so slightly. Also now slows the rotation. Kilyadi has got the archer lead. Horsemen are going to jump in though! He finds the open door! A clicks. Keeping close here. The horseman just trying to actually take the hits instead, but it's not going to work. Vortex caught him at the perfect moment. What a defense! Nothing gets by this guy. Vortex says, what's the way to be the ultimate defender? The ultimate attacker while you defend. Kilyadi, military in shambles. That was disgusting. Just a slight overstep there is all it took. Vortex understood that Kilyadi had to be moving with some urgency if he wants to stop the age up. Gives him the ultimate punishment. Now march across the field. Veteran Sion Archers coming in. Knights to assist. Eco Wing is still a minute and a half away. And also, Kilyadi just lost his control on the map, which means that Regnitz is going to reap its rewards. First prelate on the way out already. Scout is going to see it, but he's got nothing in place to do anything about it. May not actually have enough to defend his base. He's switching Spearman now, but we know it's Vet Archers on the way. That's something that Kilyadi might suspect, but doesn't have confirmation of. He just needs them for the Knights. This is a Gutnacht type feeling. Archers with marching drills moving into the base. We have at least got boot camp, so Kilyadi's archers are a bit more tanky, but that only makes you... what, the same tankiness as Vet Archers? Yeah. While having worse stats elsewhere. Horseman. A bit of a freebie, actually. Yeah, Vortex moving without the Horseman was a surprising choice here. We'll move into the choke point. Good snipe. Gets rid of the spears first. His own pony's coming in. Knight to join them as well. Kilyadi's just going to throw away the Horseman to buy a bit more time. 10 seconds away from Castle Age. Food has to be on his mind here. He has secured the back berries, but that's about to run out. He's sneaking for the far southern ones now. Doing so unnoticed. Great read there. Vortex was coming on the north side of the map, so Kilyadi just plays absolute polar opposite. Can be gambly sometimes, because sometimes people send knights everywhere at the start of the age. We can see Vortex he's more of an all-in type player. He always has been. He's going to try and prove it here. Villagers trying to seek shelter. The body blocks, though. I don't know what just happened to my camera there. A bit janky. Will find himself 4 worker kills. Finds the archers. Kilyadi about to be without military power here. Good thing he's got the fish. It's really the only thing going his way. Now, a move to the south. If he sees that mill, if he gets a glimpse of it, he might not quite have... No, he saw it. He knows. Vortex. Oh, the dodge. Kilyadi threads the needle to escape. Lancers will force a reaction. Knights now with the clash. Archer's just going to be able to add in that little cherry on top. That extra bit of damage necessary. And additional knights coming through. Means this fight is most definitely going to be favoring Vortex. Kilyadi, there's no micro away when you've got no units left to take their place. One by one, the knights are going to get clubbed down. Villagers are going to get idled out again. Most will make it back. Second wave of knights now coming in is going to push Vortex away, but he's already reaping the bounty of this. Remember, there's extra deer to pick up. There's also extra relics still to grab. Third one now on the way home. Kilyadi playing a dangerous game here, trying to mass knights now, considering the difference in food access. I will say this, though. This archer ship has kind of been a game changer. He kept getting free damage on units, because remember, Vortex would have been selecting his new units and rallying them into a control group, meaning they often, when he got to the point where he's diving here, would have been walking past the central point. Vortex being forced to continue the retreat. Kilyadi now winning on knight numbers. Interesting that we haven't seen a switch into Spim and Vortex, or even Crossbow. Have his own fresh knights arriving. I think he just believed with the range damage too, it's going to be good enough. Do we have farms? We do indeed. So permanent food sources coming in. Kilyadi has not done that at all. In fact, quickly running out of fish here. He's got what, about 900 food left, and then it's gone. Kilyadi heard of camel riders. Most players won't go camel riders because camel riders don't make for good raiders. They also can be directly countered by mass archers because they lack armor. So lancers are a jack of all trades, master of none. But they're actually a very good, master of all trade. Jack of all trades, rather. They clash against most units okay, bar Spearmen. Even Spearmen 1-1 will take out. They're great at killing villagers in 2 hits. Whereas camel riders, they have very low DPS. It takes, I think it's 4 hits from the correct. It's 14 damage base, with half their damage being locked behind bonus. That's why most people don't bother. Feels like you need a lot of meat to justify it. Because also on the cost, like, if you think about it, at this point in the game, gold should be easier to reliably access. 6. He forces to stand his ground in this area. Lancer's starting to get mopped up a little, actually. Villagers are going to rush back towards the outpost location, and we do have more archers on the way, and crossbowmen. Vortex couldn't believe it at first. Like, surely he's not just going to build knights. Oh, he is. Okay. Time for the bows. Why not just camels for debuffs? I'd agree, like, 1 or 2 camels would be a bad idea. I think, like, part of it is Kilyadi low on food. Like we just said, if you think about the cost, Camel Rider is going to be 130 food. Lance is going to be 140, but, like, that difference... Think about the gold, is usually what I look at. I mean, in fairness, I will agree that I truly believe Camel Riders are underplayed quite a lot. And I had to come to terms with this a long time ago. Is that the only thing I could think it really was because of the general applicability of the unit. Because you are right. Like, in terms of, like, the food cost, it's, like, less. I'd say the fact that it's wood and gold split can sometimes be more annoying. Maybe on a map like Hinayama. I think part of it's creatures a habit type thing. But the way that I usually try to think about it is, like, if you could have only 3 of Lancers or 3 Camel Riders. Well, the 3 Lancers could slip in and raid a lot easier than Camel Riders. Because remember, Camel Riders was at 270 HP, right? So you get 40 more HP, but you have no range. I legit think it's just the archers. Like, I think if people start to shift away from archers in these comps, you'd see more camel riders. Because you are right to say, okay, like, why would he not camel ride against knights? It destroys knights. Camel riders are light, so crossbows don't beat them. Agreed. But archers do, is my point. I think the issue is the archer detail. Like, I wouldn't mind picking some players' minds on it now because it feels like we haven't talked about Basses in a while. But back when I reviewed it, because I remember I kind of went in deep with this when we had the Abbasid 2TC strats. And I flat out said I think they're really good. The irony is we actually had one or two players like try it on the ladder and they're like, actually, holy crap, this is kind of busted. The only thing I can think is that people feel like camel riders is more of a throwaway unit than a knight. I.e. you need a lot more of them. Camel riders don't destroy... archers don't destroy camel riders that hard. They have 270 HP. There is an argument that like archers will never overkill there though, right? So like as an assisting unit. I'm not saying like you're wrong in your thought process. I'm trying to explain why we just don't see them. So I'm playing like devil's advocate in this argument. Because I'll say this as well. Like if you get to the point where you get camel handling, I feel like camel riders are just better, hands down. Like camel handling, and then you go for the barding, the rider shields. They're insane. But we just like we never really see people get to that point. No, even on production, like it doesn't take longer than a lancer. But like the number one thing I genuinely think is because at this stage in the game, people aren't thinking about lancers in a big fight. They're thinking about them in microscopic fights. And when you think about them that way, camel lancers are better than lancers rather are better than camel riders. Because a camel rider would like charge in, but he doesn't even charge in, right? So he doesn't move faster. He clubs for 14. But a knight or a lancer will hit for 50 damage in 2 seconds. This hit should be fatal. Kilyadi. He never pivoted quick enough. He wasn't able to. This should be the definitive point. 4 relics already banked for Vortex. He finds the workers on the goals. Knight's now coming home, but the crossbows were home before you. He's going to start stepping back a bit. It would be nice to see him just leaving the archers behind, keep the crossbows alive. Maybe the only point for improvement here on this engagement for Vortex, everything else is looking golden for the golden boy on the HRE. Yo, maybe chat's right. Maybe this is why they're cooked. Abbasid's F-tier Civ. If we start building camels. Camel has a C, so maybe a C-tier Civ? Don't know if that one's uploadable. The ramblings about camels, because we didn't really see them. Like I said, you're not wrong in like your thought. I think it's a good thing to be thinking about. Like, could camels work here? I would be curious, like, to ask Kilyadi off this one. Was it just a general, like, you kind of forget about it and you're just doing lancers because lancers are good at raiding? So I think that's part of it. It's like the comfort of lancers. It's also actually, now that I think about it even more, like camel riders against spearmen, if you think about it as well, is that the spearmen counter camel riders even better, don't they? What's up, Rectum? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Smart lad. Puts his money in the right place. So game number 1 to Vortex. G2, we're heading to Alopecia. It's going to be Kilyadi on the Shushi, Vortex on Ottomans. Yo, who's excited for what we're cooking up tomorrow, by the way? Gully was better than Kilyadi? He lost 3-1, so there's an argument that that is not correct. A very valid argument, actually. All right, so... Guess what? Abba has best archers? Yeah. I think it's like Atri Eco just so good, though. Can't wait to second monitor you while I hit the ladder on the new patch. Hell yeah. Is BC still in this tournament? No. He was out day 0. He didn't sign up. Vortex won game 1, yes. Yeah, I don't know. Like, so my brain is like, maybe I've made what we're doing tomorrow too easy. But I've got plans if it does end up being too easy to make it harder. And I'm sure there's going to be chat with brutal suggestions to make it even harder. But it should be fun. Hopefully a lot of people will find it refreshing, something a bit different. Oh, man. It's good, like, in my mind, I'm like, I already wish I'd done it, like, a few days ago, because I'm like, I feel like I'm over-incubating. I mean, it's good, like, I'm pumping more ideas into a giant sheet of ideas, which isn't bad. But, like, part of me is like, damn. I don't want more time to think about it. So I'm not delaying it anymore. I was maybe going to end up being like, maybe we can't because I'm going to climb tomorrow, but my wrist is still kind of buggered, so I don't think I will anyway. So I am committed. We are committed. All right. Let's get ready to go. We said that he was old as the Han Dynasty himself. Instead, he shall prove he is as old as the Shushi's legacy. Welcome back, folks. We've got game number 2 in our grand finals. Kilyadi, a rough start to the series, but a throwaway pick. He used the Abbasids. This doesn't feel like a throwaway. No, this is serious business. Alopecia, a battle between a man with all his hair and a man who has shaved it all off. To see whether Vortex can be shaved down a little bit on the score, or if he's going to continue to be a bully. Because let me flip that around. It is Vortex in the lead here. Up one game already. Ottoman's definitely no push over Civ. I mean, this Civ is quickly... For a lot of people... I've seen some people type an S tier in chat. I don't know if I would go that far. I would say they're solidly A tier. S tier maybe just a little bit too far right now. But they're kind of getting there. I really don't feel like they're that far off anymore. Like, 1 or 2 nerfs to other civs, and they are full home, Papa. Which civ is best for newbies? French, English, historically are really good. I think once you have a few games on your belt, Japan is very friendly for new players, because it's very clear what you need to do and what your strong points are around Mount Samurai. And also it makes farm transitions easier. So, Kilyadi. See what he's got in mind here. Presumably this is a pro scout game. But Ottomans can be quite effective at stopping pro scouts because they're very focused on the feudal age. They're a very aggressive civ. Sort of used to also recommend Roost to beginners. Was that with the old pro scouts into horse archer builds, I wonder? I think that might have been because of horse archers, which feels a bit weird. I feel like it shouldn't have been because of horse archers, because horse archers is more micro-intensive. Like, I kind of say, like, H3 is an even easier version of, like, what Roost were doing really well. These FC to pick up relics, etc. Like, H3 to me feels really simple for new players. It's the civ that I started with, because I felt at the time, I was like, oh yeah, this seems like Giga broken. Like, lots of gold, good economy. It depends really on the type of player you are, though. Like, if you're an eco-focused player, H3 is very simple to follow, in my eyes. If you're an aggro-type player, you're probably thinking more like French, or maybe a good old-fashioned English longbow rush. Meditation garden. Wait. It's not that good. It's not that good, folks. Chat. Chill. Don't like no pogs in chat. Don't like. Let's not over obsess on the medi garden. It's a medium garden. Okay. He didn't upgrade the extra large. He's probably gonna get. I want to say. Actually, it'd probably be 50 food. 50 food and 100 gold. 50 gold, rather. So 100 resources. I guess actually, like, it is a large, not an extra large, right? The problem with this, though, is you're not getting food, so you have to be going pro scouts. Surely. Unless you got Giga Sheep. He's got 14. Yeah, he didn't get that far ahead. It's 12 for 14. Like, I'm pretty sure that's going to be 100 resource total. Because he hit the fat tree line. That's going to be like, what? Probably, let's say 30-ish. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe like 40 wood. 40 wood seems more realistic. Ooh. Oh, hold on. No. Our first instinct was right. This is either 100 or just under 100 resources. So I was unfair. I'll call that a good meditation garden. The problem is we still have like these high expectations of 150 medi garden or whatever, which is very rare. I do think it's pretty painful not to have food in range because it just makes what you're doing next really obvious. And the deer, remember on this map, the deer don't spawn backwards, they spawn forwards. You can see they're actually on the wide flanks ahead of where he is located on the map. So Vortex, it was a military school open by the way, so it's not like this is a waste investment of spears. It'll also be nice to stop pro scouts, which we can see is definitely coming in. A lot of wood being gathered actually, so probably going to accompany it with racks. No, actually goes archery range. I mean, there's already spears, right? My thought around the racks here is you're expecting Sipahi from Ottomans. I think they should unnerf Medigarden to release version. I think the problem with that is like Shushi's weakness should technically be the early phase of the game. Like we saw what happened when a Chinese Civ didn't have its early game being weak. China! Right? It kind of got out of control. And I don't think they're weak in the late game either. You know, like you've got multiple things there. For example, in the late game, they've got great unit choices in some cases. Like, yes, no hand cannoneers, but their cavalry are incredible because of the unique options. And then even their economy is pretty damn solid. Siege as well, with the extra range. Not going to say they're the best late game Civ, but I think they're like at least mid of pack there. Just them being gathered up. I'm going to get more military schools coming in briefly. Wonder how far he's going to take what he's doing here. I.e. the Chuk count. Like, is he actually... No, there's no world in which he just tries to full Chuk ball, right? Maybe spear plus Chuk max? Theory not the worst idea. Can be a little bit trickier for Chuk to get full impact against Ottomans because of the meta. And we do have the healer boy timing. I love this. Vortex is not going to let it get to the scale where the Chuk crap on everything. He wants to keep it small. And the best way to do that is infinite health. Yeah, deal with it before they get to the point where they can snipe one of these bad boys straight away. This is a great fight. Like, what? Kiwiati. There's only one spearman. He needs to run. Yep, 4-2 gets activated as well. Just to Gatling gun them down. Minus the Chuk. Minus the, the spearman as well. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Vortex the Imam, though. He needs the body block to protect. Target fire's going to come through. The Chuk do get the snipe. Oh, that's classic select all army. Because the Imams don't click into that, right? So, like, he wasn't as quick on the pull away. And also, when he did panic pull away, because he put them in formation, that actually slows the Imam down more. He's always going to pull to the back of the line. It's a great find there. Exactly what Kiyoyadi needs. Kill on the board. Pro Scout's dump has begun. Yo, can we like... Stop waving the hot dog around in my face and let me eat it, okay? Just love how clunky still scouts can be in these situations. Still, good sneak. Going to both sides. We have got Sipahi now creeping around. I don't know. I feel like that one Imam has changed things for Vortex. Just feels like he's suddenly a lot more defensive. I wouldn't expect this to be FC after that. He's looking to blow. Yeah, even adding in the racks now. Okay, so definitely feels like he needs Spearman to hold this. Scout's having a seat. No. The problem with the Scout is like this was one of those. You ever been to like those restaurants? Not restaurants, like those public places where like they have way too many toilets. Like, you know, you get this place where there's like only one bathroom. Then you get this one that like, has 4 bathrooms on like the one block. And you're like, which one do I use? He just had choice paralysis. Like, you know, it's the rest. You know what it is? It's the food court. The food court problem. He's like, I don't. Which one do I drop this deer off at? Who wants to eat this? I actually kind of hate food courts because they have too much choice. I'm like, I kind of want to be. I want to go somewhere and have a feeling of what I want to have, you know, and then just like maybe there's some variants there, maybe surprises. I remember I was in London like a few weeks back, and we went to a food court. And it's like, oh Jesus Christ, there's just so many things. By the way, we just had Vortex ask, is the Civ repeat in Game 7 still? You hear that? He's worried about a 7-game series. Kilyardi's taken all the way, confirmed. He fears the old man. Vortex has never asked that before. He just assumes it's that way every week. Or maybe he just knows he won't need it because he keeps following people. But the first time, when he stared this old man in the eyes, and he's like, oh my god. Eyes that have seen the Tuk-Tuk pharaohs themselves. He realized it was not going to be that easy. Kilyardi is looking kind of scary. This many Chug. Vortex just going to keep trying to outmaneuver him. The weakness of Chug is the legs. The legs are really bad, guys. They're chicken legs. They do no workout, okay? Like, they don't even work hard with the crossbows. Like, it's just a bolt magazine attached. They don't have to wind it back. They haven't even got biceps, let alone triceps. They get built all the time by the tryhards. Like, you watch when they get in a fight. You watch the reload. We'll zoom in on it. You'll see exactly what I mean. Here we go. Look at them. Look at them. Ooh, wow. Oh, man. If I keep having to shoot like this, I might get carpal tunnel. See? See? He's like, he just quickly flips the switch and goes again. The most unchadly of units. No, he's gonna be forced away. Reload. See, look at it. Yeah, he just taps the end, just slots it in, off we go again. This is a big blob fight, though. Ooh, the forward suit for the second line there. Forwards with the spearman. Sipahi get to DPS the front line. This with Vortex is going to be a good fight. He's already wiped out that front line. Kilyardi now needs to retreat. But there's no running from the Sipahi. Start steps to try and stay in range. Spearman gets sniped, though. Kilyardi is saving up resources behind this, but it goes both ways. Vortex isn't falling behind there. Sipahi has been thinned. Now, hold on a second. Could Kilyardi just tech now? I feel like if he just techs, he's ahead. Yeah, he just cancelled. He cancelled. He knows. He actually had a lot of respect for Vortex there. He's like, okay, this is going to be a double down, always is. Sees it's not, and immediately goes Mount New Academy. Great timing now. Kilyardi. I can't believe that, actually. The problem there for Vortex is the meta was lost pretty early. If the Sipahi were chasing with the meta with ranged armor, no doubt about it, Kilyardi's losing it all. A great choice there. Just start a step retreat, get some shots in around the outcroppings. Vortex, he fully reinvests. Holy crap. If Vortex 4 again, I think you should start seeding him to the finals, Red Bull Warlord style. I think like that's I mean, this is the thing. You guys call the Red Bull Warlord style. I call it the WSOE style because they were doing it long before Red Bull Warlord done it that once. Okay. You guys aren't familiar with that. They used to run tournaments in Vegas where every follow-up edition, they'd invite the champion from the previous one. This especially got hilarious when they invited a team of players that had retired from playing Dota 2 and put them straight in the finals. That was one of the biggest stomps I've ever seen in a Dota 2 line, actually. Once more in the breach. What is going on? Did he misclick? He prioritized bolt magazines over the Chug upgrade. I'm kind of confused right now. Wait, what? What? I mean, they're still going to trade well here because it's Archer versus Chug. But that is a ginormous oddity right there. I don't know if that was intentional. He's got veteran CQ'd now. Lance is coming out. feel like they could be slipping a bit. Vortex is going to just ignore the Lancers, dives past to clear out the tube before upgrades can kick in. He kind of needs damage now, doesn't he? If you just tech here, you're going to be teching in the face of several Lancers. Lancers just kind of being ignored. Now, the bomb magazine is at least good for clearing out the spears. Problem is, you also kind of need Juke for that. I'm starting to feel like the extra health might have been better for the repeater bows. Pretty impressive so far, the way he's just kind of keeping push. Should be very difficult against Lancer spam. Spy leaking in. Not going to work, though. We'll get caught. Lancers getting kept down the count. It just feels like Kyuyari's never got more than 2 or 3 Lancers. I tell you what, I'd be pretty impressed, actually, if Vortex pulls this. I don't think this is easy from here. Like, your opponent just has a brain-dead Lancer idea that works. As long as he builds Chuke with it as well, counts the spears really well. And wow, there is the big boy point. Now, I remember when like Carson EGC, someone's like, I hate that this gets called the panic button. The panic button has been pressed. Beep. There we go. Like, I think that's the noise it makes. Which is great, because there's a censorship you're going to need when your opponent screams beep at the top of their voice after you pull this out. Pushes in, Archer's straight out, and the Lancers, uh-oh! They just about get away before the Archers would surround them. Okay, so Kyuyari now has to deal with that. That's 7 Janissaries to pad him. And look at the military difference now. That's crazy. Vortex, 38 to Kyuyari's 11. He's moving in fast as well. Medigarden going to be generating a lot of gold, even if it gets shot off of the front resources, because you have to move them soon. Gold Vein only has 1,000 left. Now, start camping that production wave. Archers are going to dive in, looking for the workers. Vortex, eke out a lead. Lancers are going to be baited across. Janissaries fishing for the opportunity. Remember, these Archers just need to keep the Chuke count down. Otherwise, you risk losing your Janissaries. Janissaries are the critical component to success here. Goes in for the clash. Kyuyari. He's finally targeting them, but it's not working very well. That's 1 Janissary down, but he just lost everything. Oh, no. Vortex has him in a headlock. At this point, Vortex, he's reaching his foot out towards the draw. He's opening it up. He now sees the razor. He's getting it. He's getting ready to turn it on and shave Kyuyari bald. Give him a little bit of a trim on the villagers. Moves across to the back. Burn is going to come through on the outpost. Janissaries move out of range. He lost another one. That's 25% of the point gone. The villagers are about to be gone too. They're getting the hell out of Dodge. Villagers, the outpost have to fail as well. And the problem here, Kyuyari he doesn't really have much food. It's just the boar and nothing else. Archers. Wait, where is the whip? Kyuyari, he likes his villagers to simulate how he is in real life. Old man with a walking stick. They do not have wheelbarrow. This is a slow escape. Can we just erase this game from our mind? Oh my god. You can't unsee it. This was a sick Janissary point. If you think about how this game looked before it, you can see a way in which Kyuyari could win. He struggled to clear them because Chuke in theory should be really good there, but very slow, raises the range, they don't get bonus damage per exchange. So we already know that Vortex is going to win this. Oh wait, no, you already said that. What the hell? Why did I read that like it was fresh? Mohamed now on the way. I don't actually know how Kyuyari does this now. He's looking pretty screwed. Just 6 guys with guns is all it took. He's going to get a little flank raid with a Lancer. One itty bitty Lancer. This man does not represent us Shushi Chinese players. You're right. You would have lost quicker. Don't act like you could have dealt with this. This guy turned up to a knife and bow fight with a gun. What do you do against that? I'll tell you what you do. You get shot in the face. Look at this coach. Like, they're so confident they can win, they're going to shoot a lumber camp to death. He's going down. Luckily for Kilyadi, this is the benefits of not having much in the population count. There's enough houses for everyone. Modern day China here, which is building more cities than we need. But in the future, we'll need them. By God, it will work out. Huffs the hopium. I would be impressed if Kilyadi reaches 100 pop again. Wait, did he reach it originally? I think he might have. I would be impressed if he gets to 100 population. Ah, yes. Your opponent just went Castle Age. Builds more Chug. Yeah, this is not a great feeling, guys. Chugs tend to start losing value once your opponent reaches Castle. They're great if you're an age ahead and you do it. But once you've evened up, it gets a bit weird. I guess he just feels he needs to against this many spears. And oh my lord, what is going on up here? Did Kilyadi preemptively lose his army so that Burn the Villager wouldn't pop cap him? There's no worse feeling than not being able to produce villagers. I would be inclined to suspect that this was part of the greater strategy for Kilyadi. Because what you guys don't realize for Kilyadi, he doesn't like being awake late. So if he loses the series quicker, he gets to nap. I think what we failed to tell Kilyadi is it's not like a double elimination bracket. You can't nap and then come back. So you might have to get a power nap immediately after this series and get the game rather and get ready for the next one because this is looking pretty bad. Vortex in chill mode for the moment, just waiting for all the veterancies. And remember, he already has farms set up. Only 14, but it's a hell of a lot more than Kilyadi. Guys, Kilyadi has got 0 farms, meaning Vortex has got infinitely more farms than Kilyadi, than Vortex. Than Kilyadi, my berry. And also on top of that, he has barely any food left. What is he eating? He's with this line of outposts. This is not a balloons game. This is an RTS. Stop pretending we're playing balloons. Oh god. Lancers are going for the rear side. And somehow finding less kills in a group of Sipahi. There you go, guys. Sipah OP. I think, could they actually kill everything? They actually might. Oh god. Please send help. Lancers are coming. Villagers go for the repair. He has got fortitude. Kind of weird that he didn't. There we go. He activated it now. Gets the quicker burn through. The problem is he waited so long with the fortitude. But now Lancers actually can get a connection. But walk it off and has somehow now killed even more workers than Kilyadi. And not just that. Reinforcements arrive. A lot of archers and the Chug. The Chug! There's no one here to protect. Sipahi will absorb the shots. Main wave is coming. You peel off the spears to guard the reinforcing lancers. Make sure there's no backstab. And that is gonna be the Thigh Crusher. No coming back from that. Runs him down, cleans him out. These twig-armed, twig-legged Chugnu cannot match up against the Giga Chad Sipahi. Oh, God. Those Janissaries. Gun beat everything. Trying to think what we call that one. He has a gun and you have a tiny twig shooter, maybe. All right. So, 2-0 lead. I feel like I've said this of a Vortex series before. Awkward. We're getting Marlene versus Byzantines. Kuyadi has... Or was it this one he played already? No, that was Biz versus Ottomans, wasn't it? Oh, no. Vortex has already played this. This is the matchup that he beat Myriad in. But Myriad and Kuyadi are different players? I mean, in fairness, you would not expect 2TC from Kuyadi. Oh, what's up, Meatbank? Appreciate the Prime sub, buddy. Thank you very much, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Oh, that was a big click in my back. Blimey. Well, the good news is I'll get to eat quickly today at this rate. Come on. You can't just let him keep 4-0-ing. Someone has got to stop this guy. It's boring when you just have one guy win all the time. I don't want him to stop signing up. Someone has to come and beat him. That's the way it works. All right. Someone has to stop him. This cannot keep happening. Vortex is 2-0 up. He keeps winning my KPMMs. I'm pretty much going to be accused of some sort of scheme where I am funneling money into him, money laundering to help him because I'm paying all of his bills at this rate in the KPMMs. He is now 2-0 up, looking to extend it even further. Kuyadi needs a recovery arc soon. This is getting grim fast, folks. He starts the Sengoku in his bag, but for now, it's going to be Byzantine time. It's down to business to see if he can beat Vortex's Marlians. We're going to get a patch note soon that will extend the stream. No, stop! Actually, I think that only happens if you sign off the game. You'll probably try to have them, like, not sign off the game. Because that would probably warp the draft quite a lot. How is viewership growing on your stream? That's the fun part. It's not. But that's what the new content arc outside of AoE4 is for. Opium. There's one way you can make him lose KPMM, mix up the dates. That's true. Yeah, no. Or like, you know what you do? You make it a challenge run. You're like, all right, Vortex, you've done so well. We've lined up 8 of the best players in AoE4. You must beat them all. Have fun. Yeah, been a bit of a rough one for Kuyadi. I mean, I thought he'd be able to maybe get a game or two at least here. You know, Vortex definitely the favored one going into this. He just looks so clean. No signs of weakness. Someone that we just come to expect out of him so frequently. Even the sheep rotation, he's already winning. He's up, what, 11 versus 8? This is not a berry start either, so at least it's not inflated there, but kind of a rough way to kick this one off. And remember, this is a great, comfortable opening for Marlians. There's never a threat on their pit mine. They just get to be greedy straight away. Same goes for the Byzantines, though, and I think we have, is it double? Yeah, double Villager on stone. Yeah, viewership growing on stream will be, like I said, I mean, we're going to be expanding what we're doing on this channel. We should reach new audiences. And I think give you guys a lot more to interact with and have fun with. What do you mean we were... That's so cruel. You do not already know the outcome. Okay, if you already knew the outcome, you would have already gambled your mortgage. You would have remortgaged. You would have paid that all in. Okay, you're like, oh, thanks to KP and KPMM, I am now able to get my kids through college. Only then to discover last second when like the bet's too big, the like gambler company will just rug pull and be like, oh no, our system's crashed. That's actually a thing, by the way. I've legit seen. I'm not gonna name them, but I've legit seen gambler sponsors on esports events do that. Our systems got overloaded and it crashed. I don't. Oh man, that's a shame. So Grand Winery coming in. Overall, it's an okay spawn actually. Like it's a bit hard to wall this far forward, but if you get that, you got a lot locked behind this. Tricky part is going to be against Sofa. Like, you're expecting Vortex to go Sofa because that's exactly what Marlene players always want to do at the moment. So he's going to have to tackle that smoothly. Someone will win and someone will lose. Okay, but that's not statistically true, right? So, like, for example, if the patch actually booted everyone off the game, then technically no one would have won or lost. Now, I don't think it does that. I think you have to voluntarily hop off the game for the update. But if it did, yeah. I don't know what I'd do with your points then. I think at that point, we should just have a third option. So you should have, like, who will win this game? Vortex, Kilyadi, and then you are wrong. The third option's you are wrong. It looks like we're already getting up to what? Level 3 system? He'll keep trending towards the 4th. But we have the correct pivot. He's going to want to start getting the production down soon. Rack's beginning makes a lot of sense here. You're expecting it to be what, Sofa upgrade into... Oh, sorry, Warrior Scout upgrade into Sofa. Now, we're sitting kind of mixture. Some people like to go for a second Scout. Some people just straight up go Sofa. I think he's just straight up going for this. He won't have enough for the Sofa now. Oh, way too much gold. Wait, this is not... Is this Pro Scouts? Because that would be very unusual. I don't think so. I think you just build the second Scout. And now you just pump Cow. There we go. Yeah, it's going to be the Ranch Diamond. It was just a little bit slow on the execution. Like, he didn't immediately have the mill producing. So the idea is you want to set up one ranch, and you get a huge boost to income on food early game because of that. It's a really nice timing, and it was a great replacement, especially when we saw that Marlene players wanted to move away from Pro Scouting, but they always had so much gold because of the pit mine. The pit mine always gives you surplus gold on tech up. You know, unless you were harassed off of it entirely. But once again, if you're in a game and a Byzantine player harasses you off of your pit mine in the Dark Age, there are two possibilities. A, you should be laughing because you just got a very easy game. Or B, you should definitely be Googling some Marlene games and how to play them because something went atrociously wrong. So he's just extending over. We'll be able to move out there later, but without walls, it's not going to feel safe. Maybe he goes for an outpost play instead. Notice no early archery. This is kind of typical of this build. Even when you see the Lamatane, you don't necessarily have to rush archery. Okay, it's coming through now, but like realistically, you could go 2-3 Sofa and just keep poke raiding. Because your opponent can't counterattack until he's bulked up to protect himself. But I'm guessing Vortex just wants to be really up in his face before the Lombo comes online, so hence why the archery is so early. I'm trying to figure out if this is quickly becoming the most toxic Age 2 cavalry in the game. It's very weird, isn't it? You know, it's not better than a French Knight. But in comp right now, it feels more, I don't want to say fully impactful, right? Like, that discredits what Knights can do. But the way they scale feels a lot more obnoxious, I want to say. First Lombo group just queued up. We are getting the wolves. Yeah, things aren't looking too bad for Kilyadi right now. They might get atrocious soon, though. Vortex is already up to 9 cal. It has to be so infuriating to play against a player that you expect to be very aggressive, but then he just keeps doing this. He'd done this in his series against Myriad as well, and I think it really caught Myriad off guard. Actually, no, in fairness, I think Myriad forced it in that game. That was a 2TC Byzantine game. This is very different. But it's kind of a similar logic of, like, instead of it being scaling TC, what the Byzantines are doing here with all the walls to make them feel safe just gives you more agency to be greedy. Still finding kills. There's 2 worker kills already. Rather deal with 10 French Knights than 10 Sofas. I guess the logic is that Sofas are going to be quicker to raid. for watching Ottomans, you want to stick to Ottomans and master it fully? Wait, so you want one of the more complicated cities then, yeah? After seeking assistance with easier choices, we have just gung-ho to probably like, well, Ottomans, are they like top 6 most complicated civs? I'd say yeah. If you want to master it, most definitely. You do, like, honestly, my biggest advice to people in these games, choose whatever makes you happy. Whatever gives you the most fun to play. That's literally, like, the most important. And also, like, you know, so that's your measurement number 1. Do you want to know what your measurement 2 is? After you've picked what makes you most happy, or have some choices that make you most happy, choose what makes your opponent most unhappy. Because, like, that's the genius of it. Because if you're happy and your opponent's unhappy, the happiness bandwidth is wider. Therefore, you're winning bigger on the move level. It's very smart. Or if you want to do Mongol trade, but then you just get clapped, play against bots. You'll feel better. But play against like medium AI at best. You know, you don't want to push it. Kyuyadi on the move. Might actually be pretty damn good timing for her, actually. There is hope. Vortex hasn't kept up with this up-in-your-face sofa approach. He fully retreated. Under mesh now on the way. Kyuyadi already has the edge there, though. He's got double blacksmith upgrade in. Vortex. He's going to see him. Mongol traders get 10 range AR-15s. What? Wasn't there an Age of Empires game that had armed traders? I'm pretty sure I have not imagined that. There is an Age of Empires game that has armed traders, right? Was Age of Empires free? Dutch traders or something? I'm pretty sure there's a game that has done traders with guns. Well, maybe not guns, but weapons. We'll save that for the Venetians. Actually, no, the Venetians would probably bribe your units. We need Venetian traders to have an option to, like, start converting a unit for a price. Sofa's now knocking at the door. Kyuyadi looks like he's starting to think about a tech up. We've got something quite crafty, though. Wait, what? He snuck a Merc house on the enemy side of the map. Are you freaking serious right now? He's got Sipahi spam coming. The irony after he just lost the Sipahi to add them in himself. How's the timing going to look here, though? Vortex is basically ready to go castle. Just needs to be careful not to lose the sofa. And Kyuyadi's just going to hide them. Yeah, second group coming, not moving them yet. Problem is, I think the move at this rate may end up being a bit slow, no? Especially when Vortex is doing this. Brings the archers forward. Lombo's slowing down the retreat. Vortex will just look for a button again. Okay, so he's finally rallying the Sipahi. Starting to look like maybe he forgot about them. It might be that he was just waiting for a dive timing. But I think he's waiting too long. Vortex now ready to trigger the tech up. Sofa's still knocking at the doors. Archer just chase it all the way to make sure the Lombo spears aren't coming out there again. You could just flood in with Sofa if you really wanted to flex this. But it's probably a lot safer just to wait for veterancy. Because remember, Sofa is so quick, you should just be able to kind of run around in circles in the base for a bit. He's going to show Kyuyadi respect. Because guys, you should always respect your elders, okay? You never know when they actually might be secretly millionaires and worth a lot. And if you're really nice to them, they'll write you into their will so that you actually make good money when they kick it in just a few years. So respect your elders, okay? Uh-oh, Sipahi. They jumped! He got him in, the fortitude. Giving him the Gatling gun attack speed. Vortex has to bail on the tech up. Kyuyadi, he did make it work! Army rallying home now, but it's a lot of idle time for Vortex. And Kyuyadi knows exactly what he's doing now, so he can prime his own tech. Sofa almost home. The villagers have most definitely paid the price here. Kyuyadi That was disgusting. Back to work on the tech up. It is going to complete. He's still got more Sipahi looming around, though, and the army is on the march. It's going to have to be fast, though. Veterancy just 30 seconds out for Vortex. This is the tricky part. Vortex made the 100% correct call. Backs the entire army up because he can hide at the back of his base for 20 seconds. Easily. Maybe greedy. Hangs around with the workers. Go to get them out. Great. Okay, so we just walked across the map. Just walk back across again. Still, it's an eco lead. Golden Horn Tower is going to make him feel better about it. Just need to get that final system level in. It's coming through now into the deer. Could he do it? Could he make him bleed? Because at the moment, Vortex just feels unslayable. Recent results has definitely supported that. I mean, we had it like, what was it, 3 weeks ago? Louis took him all the way to a deciding game, which was actually really surprising. Considering, like on average, I think Vortex usually wins by the 5th game in his grand final appearances. Rewall. Uh-oh. Guys, we might want to build that fast. Guys. Please. I'm using 2 workers. Run-through going to come in. He's buying time for the veterancies. Some Sipahi still raiding into the base. We'll end up losing another worker for it, but there's a lot more damage that could be reaped here. 30 archers, 22 sofa. No import armors yet. Cataphracts are going to be revealed bright and early, though. It's kind of obvious already with the stables. Difficult comp really to scale under this type of pressure, especially with the food income being as it is. But that's for good reason. Kilyardi is playing maximum flankage here. Double deer. How would you nerf the Malians? Probably around the cow. It's the central thing to their economy and where it gets ridiculous every game. I think this Civ just has way too much easy access to passive income. Especially compared to practically any other Civ in the game. Grades have kicked in. So for archers, get forced to commit. Tane. I'm just going to shield wall up the slow pokers. I don't feel like Kilyardi's got enough backline damage here. No, this looks bad. Only 9 Lombos. The clearance way too slow. Vortex able to keep the stranglehold. The rest of the Limitane just running laps around their own base. Opens the gate for the main army. Movement in. Sipahi spawn for free. A Cataphract as well. Good luck with that. It's not looking good. Especially with the sofa being back. No. Comes around on him here. Few Catas should at least get him out of the base. But that felt pretty brutal. I mean, some idle time achieved. Blockers on the gold. He's going to be forced to move in a second. Maybe is he overly ambitious here? His push out. I guess he just needs the breathing room. Does feel difficult to maintain though. Especially with the Cataphracts getting low on HP. Limitane have practically been wiped out again. The sofa count with the reinforcements good enough to clear the heavy cav. All right. Report us for being a neglecting old people's home, but we are putting Kilyardi back in the corner. Back in the box. Has to retreat back into his base. We still have... There's no... Oh my god. This isn't even Byzantines anymore. He has no olive oil income. He's eating deer. If you needed to know how tragic things are looking right now, how rough it is, look no further than that. That's horrible. I mean, I think I get where he's coming from. Like, he just needed the Catas ASAP. Can't really afford to farm transition here. Does feel like it's all about to go full dark. I just realized this food income is going to be eternal. Whereas yours is just temporary and hard to run out. Yeah, it doesn't even have people on wood. And, oh no, they're so far! Find him out on the deer. Vortex gonna carve them all up like turkeys for Christmas. Outpost burnt down. Kiyadi is nowhere near approaching economical lead now. This is probably just gonna snowball. Kiyadi never wanted to be accused of tapping out before he has a swing at it. No, instead we're going to be that guy that, like, punches someone in the bar and goes, oh, whoa, 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 I surrender, I surrender. After you get the first hit and hoping they won't do it back. But I don't think Vortex is going to let that swing come in for free. I mean, wow, guys. Oh, my God. What an insane outcome. Vortex is winning. We never see this. It's such an impossibility. How has he done it? Being the Byzantine to the Malians. On the path to 4-0ing someone in the KPMM. We could never have envisioned such an outcome. Unless we opened Liquipedia and looked at practically every week before this. It's continuing. Ay, ay, ay. There is one last shot for Kiriadi to start getting back on course here. Best of 7, remember. Do or die by this game. No more mistakes allowed. What has he got? He's got his Sengoku. His glorious Sengoku. But will it be Seppuku? Let's see. It's time. And a Mongol pick coming. Okay. Throwaway pick or intended to end the series? What do you think? Can you, like, don't you just outpost rush their gold and then they can't do anything? I think you, well, they can trade, so it doesn't end them. But I guess part of the problem is, like, your Matsuri is probably going to be out of TC protection range so that they can, like, they can just deny it from you. And it is on Lipany. The Stealth Forest can be pretty good if you can get to the second age. I think the big challenge here is, like, how easily are you going to be able to get age 2? That's going to be really telling about the outcome. Oh yeah, I forgot to ask. What's for dinner to Emma? I totally blanked to ask that. Oh, tomorrow's a busy day, actually. I've got driving lesson in the morning. And then we've got our new content arc. Where we will be playing games in very stupid ways. But also very interesting ways. So the answer I just got on for dinner is not much XD. What does that even mean? We're just eating cold pizza again, aren't we? Oh, not cold, you know, freezer pizza. Why am I not being wine and dined, you know? Where's the candlelit 3-course dinner? This is what happens when you have kids, guys. They rob you of all your good meals. Like salt. Can't have that when you got a baby. Oh, no, none of that salt. Chicken goujons, no chips. What the fuck? You are a really shit shopper. Except for when it comes to spending my money on crappy games from CEX that you won't play. Alright, there we go. Just gotta throw the shade. So I'm gonna be having chicken goujons with I mean nothing. I do have wraps. I'm glad I bought some Hellman's mayonnaise. At least I have that to put on them, I guess. Actually, I don't know. Like I think I'm of the feeling like if it's southern fried chicken, you're okay to go for the tomato ketchup. That can make sense. Ugh. How are we looking? Oh, we didn't do predicties, did we? Let's just ping that out. 4-6 win. Just have some bread with it. Yeah, I'd rather like. I mean, I'd rather have like we don't have rolls, right? So it's like I think you either rolls or you wraps with it. It's kind of better than just having like bread and making a sandwich of it. You can, but I feel like goujons is better used in the other forms. The art of the goujon is a critical art to master. Oh wait, is that new Spellcaster game out? Oh, it is the Spellcaster Chronicles thing. It's like a 3v3, I think. Oh, is it a MOBA? I didn't realize that about it. Intriguing. Well, I'm not paid to check it out, so I don't care. All right, you guys ready? Let's get to it. You're about to lose 4-0. An embarrassing feeling for any pro player. You want to be able to take a punch and it hit. And you know what you do to always guarantee that? You pick the art of the ninja. Sengoku Daimyo. This has to be it. If there was any Civ to say, I can dent Vortex, it is Sengoku dented. Let's get to it. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Time for a caster game. Kiliadi with a Sengoku pick to try and finally get on the board. It is looking bad. I'm not going to lie to you. He's 3-0 down. And Vortex is also picking one of his most comfortable and familiar civs in Age of Empires 4. It's a Mongol pick to try and close it out with another clean sweep. And I mean another clean sweep because he done this last week. In fact, last week, I don't think it was final game. It was second to last game was Mongols. And it looked so freaking clean. Like, I watched that game. I was like, damn. If there is any player you do not want to give Mongols to, it feels like it's Vortex. He's going to get started early. Because Sengoku are greedy mother duckers. A lot of people have been asking, where do you beat this Civ? How do you beat this Civ? In theory, the Dark Age. The Dark Age is the greed point for them. They build a Matsuri, they build Yatais, they try to move out for food. If you open with spears, that should be very hard to do. Yeah, and look at the spawns. Isn't it all forward-facing? Kind of. You can go the deer here. The boars are going to be a big no-no, surely. I mean, he's already moved out initially, but I imagine he's going to be coming back quick. Did they actually announce Medieval Total War 3? Wait, I thought they were meant to be announcing Total War Warhammer 40k today. How many Total War games in a row have they kind of fluffed recently? I don't know if I trust it. I never actually tried the medieval game, so I'm not the person to comment on it really. But people do revere them. I will say, I feel like Total War 3 Kingdoms got a bad rap. I don't feel like it didn't really embody a Total War game. It was like, it felt more like its own thing, if that makes sense. But because of that, it just didn't, I don't know, for some reason it didn't get enough support. Medieval 2 was peak. Of the historical ones, for me, Shogun 2 was peak. Of all of them, I still rate Total War Warhammer 1 as my favorite. You just can't beat some good old Gobblers. So Spears, they do find out. I mean, it's just like, wait a second, what are you doing in the center of the map? Can he rush past? He could actually just body block this if he runs past it. I think the problem is like he might end up pushing the Yatai, which is why he's not bothering. So we'll just scare it all the way home. Second Yatai is in though. Kiliadi probably going to be going for the full free. No, he stopped. He stopped at 2. And just manually grabbed the gold as well. So mine's 100. Walks back. No harassment point. Koka Township now on the way. So he's made it out of the problem zone, right? Like this is the thing. Like technically, what Vortex done is correct to stop Yatais, but it's very hard to actually full stop them, i.e. kill them. What you can at least do with this play is force them home earlier than intended, meaning your opponent isn't getting as much food. So remember, if they overlap on the same food, one's not going to be generating. Yeah, you'll be getting a flat 20 and that's it. Still has creeped the other side, and Vortex hasn't done the wrong thing here. He hasn't read that it's a deer play because you need to check the boars. The boars are the high value prop for Sengoku. Because if you go to the boar, you get maximum food per minute. Even if there's nothing else in range. Spears are just going to scout around. So that should actually end up being another deer sight forced home eventually? And presumably now that it's in spears, we're going to get, what, Yumi beginning? I wonder if you just go Magadai. 2 to 4 Magadai as a beginning is not a bad idea. Problem is Yari cavalry. Like, usually Sengoku, they're either looking to build into Yumi or Yari in H2. Because if you build into Yari, you go towards your estates and you get better movement speed. It's really, really strong, actually. That's a weirdly out there gold vein, by the way. Not sure if the game will go deep enough for that to matter. Ninja's giving chase. Let's actually clip him. Not much damage from the ninjas in H2, but it's free damage. Yeah, like the only price you pay is a few APMs. Almost denies the scout, not quite though. Are we moving the spears towards the berry gathering? Wait, is Kyoto? Oh my god, he's only got 4 sheep. Oh, 4-6 has 14 sheep. Oh my god, this guy are Mongols. It never lets up, does it? So Kilyadi is going to starve on food, and he just went Yadi Cavalry. He also just went Yadi Cavalry into Spearman. Wait, what? Okay, there we go. We're getting the Yumi, which makes more sense. Alright, plop down what little we have left, boys. At least you got the Yatais. The hot dog stands are going to give him a little bit of food to work with. Nothing crazy, though. The D-Stone is already on the way. Well, I mean, you know, was it Kilyadi usually says he doesn't like long games? Don't think you have to worry about that here. Deerstone, of course, does just get the pack up tech in, so we'll be moving faster. I guess you want to go 4 to 6 Magadai, as I think that's another double produce. Yeah, double batch. No additional Spearman, though. Yeah, I think he just wants to force a big reaction, and then he can make a choice as to greed or aggro. Start poking. Nice braze. Catches one of the Yari. Mangu are going to be standing still for the moment. Gets the first Yumi. Spearman's still alive. Has target fire on the Magadai, which is not a great trade there. Yari are a premium cav. 145 resources compared to the 150. Still now just firmly parked. Something you have to be paranoid about. Vortex is now adding in the Keshiks as expected. Now, you've got to be careful with the way you fight, guys. Because if the grenades connect, Yari Cavalry can disintegrate Keshiks. So if he's paying attention, dodges it out, easy peasy. And the beauty of dodging it out, much easier when you have this in the battle. I think Vortex may have underestimated power timing for kill Yari here, though. Let's try to use that as an advantage to poke in. That was kind of cool. So packs the Deerstone up, walks all the way home, but then there's no one guarding the woodworkers. Kuyadi was quick on the reaction though, so dodges any losses. Is Kuyadi gonna go Oda or Takeda? Takeda can be pretty nice here, but the thing that feels really good about Oda, like +1 damage, your Yumi do standard archer damage, which is pretty important even against Keshiks. Like Keshiks can't get that much armor. Alright, they're going to be free range armor plus the 1, and then they only have 145 HP. So Yumi can be pretty damn threatening here. Also then would answer the threat of Magadai. Even deals with your opponent going archers. Because at that point, like you're going to have the same damage as enemy archers, but your archers are going to get overkilled a lot in a situation where you have more. That's pretty good. It means your opponent's wasting more damage. You will sneak over to to stone. So we're going to be seeing estates soon. You could try to optimize just double estates here, one of each level. As it's only 150 stone. Yeah, remember, you pay 150, 150 for tier 1. And I think it was 300, 300 for tier 2. And I think it's 450, 450 for tier 3. Nagadai. I keep trying to be a nuisance. Isn't Mio's Vortex just always doing this? It's just mass Keshik every single time with Mongols. Bit of an awkward fight over here. Gary outnumbering him. Patch notes are out. Who cares? We're in game. It can wait. Does Kiryadi realize it's literally just Kesha? I feel like he's not fully informed yet. Because he's only seen 3. Yeah, look, he's just holding them all back. Alright, guys, we're going to find out if Yadi cavalry really are anti-cavalry. The response to that statement should be a big XD in chat. I don't think they are a counter to Keshiks. But where there's will, there is a grenade. And the grenade can lead you to salvation. All it takes is 2. And you've got 12. We are getting the movement speed, so it's going to be buffing up. Horse training plus the Tatara coming in. Vortex 12 Keshiks now. Oh, raids in. Wait, the 6... No. What is that seek shelter? He perfectly dodges the grenades as well. This outpost is closer than the TC. That's such a weird runaway. And also, the dive in. Looks to cut some. Won't find them. Now the clash, though. The grenades. They are going to connect. The Keshiks don't care. The Yumi weren't there for it. Horsemen get culled. He's lost all cavalry. He's about to lose Yumi too. I cannot believe this, man. He just made it look so simple. It's just Keshiks. Nothing else. But Kiryadi trying to build the optimal Sengoku units. The ones that win all the games. Not these crappy spearmen. It's going to cost him everything. All right, we're going to have to start having Vortex begin the game with 1 less villager or something. I mean, technically he did. He moved his TC, but we've got to do more here. This guy's getting out of control. He's a freaking monster. Full Vamos send. You're in a game against Vortex. He plays Mongols. You won't see 15 minutes. No, it just felt like the grenade's done nothing in these fights. What went wrong? I think it was the Yumi. The Yumi just being pulled away by the second group of Cav ruined everything for Kiryadi's engagement. Vortex, now with an extensive lead, showing you how the Mongols can successfully invade Japan. That's right. If you want to successfully invade Japan as the Mongols, step 1 is to hire a Spanish person to lead your forces. Step 2 is profit? He's done it again. Bloody monster. How about we make all maps with sheep and base? It's just dumb that I lose 50% of my games to sheep. In an ideal world, yes. I mean, we're getting there with more maps, but like... devs need to do it themselves. It's freaking tiring that, like, this has been a discussion point for 3 years. And it's still, like, has only been resolved, really, by a community map maker. Which is a bit silly. GG's. Vortex with a 4-0 victory. Unstoppable. That now means that he has won... How many is it now? Is this his 9th? Might be his 9th. Jesus, a joke of a final? Aren't you a negative, Nelly? One second. So I'm just having a look now at the outcomes. Yeah, I think he's won like. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9. 9 of the 15 weeks of season 2 have been won by Vortex. All right. I mean, the only one in the last 7 that he's not won is the one week that he didn't play out of those 7, week 12. Like most of the ones that he hasn't won are ones where he wasn't playing in them. I love the fact that like he's in the middle of EGC finals, like I'm gonna keep playing them. Imagine if he now goes on and wins. I mean, like that it's almost like you just put a little stamp approval. KPMM can make you a champion, and we'll just have like a picture of Vortex. They're like this guy, and then we'll have a little shine on his head as well, ding, and a shine on the farm. Oh my god, what a beast! But that brings us to a close. Well, almost 5-hour stream, not too bad. Tomorrow is going to be a fun one, guys. I think we'll probably be aiming to go live at 2? 1:30 UK or 2. I need to figure that out. Because I might need to sort a few things after I get back. My driving lesson is 11:30, so for 2 hours. So I'll be back at 1:30. So I'd say 2:30 actually. 2 to 2:30 is when we'll look to go live. If you haven't, !Discord, join the Discord, and like you'll get a ping out there anyway. Have notifications turned on platforms, you get them there anyway. I don't know if I'm going to stream to YouTube tomorrow because this is going to be non-AoE4 content, and YouTube's kind of picky with that stuff. But tomorrow, we're going to be checking out a classic. We're talking like goated OG game, one of the very first games I ever played in my life. And we're going to be playing it in a very unique way. My brain at this idea is like, I think this will be easy. But the problem is, now that I've in my brain said it's going to be easy, I need to prove it's going to be easy. So we'll be live tomorrow to see if that's the case. If it does happen to be too easy, I've got a backup option that I'm almost certain will not be. There'll be a lot of suffering. But make sure you tune in for that suffering, guys. It's going to be a new content arc for the channel. And I think actually like a really positive outlook in general. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. But I'm going to end the stream now. YouTube, kick, TikTok, farewell. Twitch, hang around because we are going to find someone to raid.